All right. This is part one of a new series here that I'm starting in KSP. This is the one that got away. Building a fully reusable STS-style shuttle and launch pad. Now, guys, I want to be very clear. I have no expectations on this project. It might take 2 parts. It might take 40. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. It is very much an IDIQ series, indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery. We just got when we were playing Kerbal yesterday, dudes. We were just talking about, somebody asked me like, "What's the project that got away from you with the shuttle?" Or in Kerbal, the project that got away from me is making my shuttle fully reusable. I have a really nice space shuttle that we have, my 5th generation shuttle that I built in Kerbal, that is excellent in its flight regime. So like when you launch it, everything, it's great. But I've always wanted to be able to take that shuttle and put it back on the pad and launch it again. ET reuse too. No. I must have missed it, but why no car day? I couldn't get out here early, dude, because that rollout stream went super late, so I decided to get sleep. I just want to see how this kind of goes here. But yeah, we will do the car streams tomorrow. Yeah. What happened to My Winter Car? We'll be playing My Winter Car for After Hours tonight. Paul, I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of got bored. Because in Winter Car, we're just redoing what we did in Attempt 3, and it's just the same repetitive stuff going over and over again. Chop firewood, poop. You suck the poop out with the poop truck. Go to the PSK. Or go to the apartment, get the Marchetti, buy parts. Get your parts, bring the parts back. Just rinse and repeat. Yeah. I'll admit I'm getting kind of bored. But I'll still play it. We'll still do the playthrough. Sleep is good. Thanks for the shout out on Discord. That's nice articles. Nice build. So, don't worry about that though. I'm not gonna not play. We'll still do it. I'm sure I could figure out something to do to have some fun in that game. There's just Winter Car seems a lot more grindy than Summer Car, because you have to go and get all those parts, and it's kind of luck of the draw with the Marchetti. Like, there's only so many parts you can buy outright, and the parts that you can buy outright are superbly expensive. Yeah, it's just, yeah. All right, let's get some tunage going here. It just, it feels kind of grindy, but that, I'll still see it through. Let's get the tunage going. Yeah, they'll add more stuff to Winter Car, guys. When Topless gives it a good patch or something and adds more things to do, we'll jump back in. But I just don't think it warrants playing the dang thing every day. And I did play it for about 2 months straight when it came out. Yeah, 2 months straight through, every day. The one death just got me, didn't it? Dude. So, Spoiled, what gets me about that death is that Attempt 3 was we had a lot of awesome stuff. I had a really nice car. We rolled for it. All the jobs lined up. We got everything good. We were getting ready to get that car ready to go. It hurts. It killed it for me because we got so damn close to actually racing the car. I was maybe 1 or 2 days away from the next rally race. And I died just because the suspension on the car decided to get upset and throw me off the road. I mean, I was driving a little bit fast, to be fair, so... yeah. Not great. But it is what it is. I think for this, I'll use my Mission Mode 3 save. MM3 was a save that I specifically built for the shuttle. This save was the one where we built the station. Frick you, pal. Not funny. Yeah, still funny. No, it was funny, dude. But yeah, attempt 3 just really killed it for me, dude. I was just like, all right. What the hell's going on here? What do you think of the race day update for cities? Pretty cool, man. We're gonna keep working on that, dude. Oh no. This has Jeb, Val, and Kelzon on it. Did I just edit this up into space? Oh dear. Yeah, I just edited this Starliner up into space. I have no idea how this thing is going to go through re-entry. Edit it back down? I'm not sure we can. Here's Freedom Station. So in this save, we built this thing with the shuttle. You know what, dudes? I might start a save from scratch for the shuttle build, and that means that way I could just bring in what I need. How many launches did it take to build this? A lot. That was really, really tough to get right, dude. So yeah, once again, guys, this is, I have no expectations on this. It might be impossible to do with KSP's physics, granted the boosters that we want to use, etc., etc. We might be pushing the game to its maximum, but we'll see. We'll see. I have some tricks up my sleeve that we should be able to get this to work right. Am I flying the tank back? No. I want an STS-style shuttle, so reusable SRBs, or well, at least refurbishable SRBs, and a fully reusable orbiter. So I want to start a new sandbox. This is the... We'll call it Shuttle Sandbox. Sandbox? Sandbox. In this save, I'll probably... Yeah, I'll allow reverts. I'll allow quick loading, even though that's not really good for pads. Part G-force limits, Kerbal G-force limits. I'll put the Kerbal G-force limits down to like 0.5 or something, just to make the difficulty. Actually, you know what? That's mission mode. That's the mission mode 2 save. Ban socks, yeah. I just want to use a save that's not clouded up by much, like a save that doesn't have a lot of crap files in it, because this is we're gonna need a lot. We're gonna need a lot of stuff to get the shuttle working. If we want to truly fully reuse it. We need payload integration mechanisms. I need orbiter transport equipment. We need a mate-demate device to do this really right. Actually, we don't necessarily need an MDD, but Barry Wilmore said Starliner is like a Ferrari and Dragon was a Volkswagen. Just saying. Look, James, when I built that Starliner, you know what? Let's just use MM3. We'll use MM3 and we'll clean up the save a little bit. When I built Starliner in KSP, I it's gonna sound screwed up. 209,000 people are watching a spacewalk. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Have you seen the SpaceX post about Booster 19 testing? Yes, I have. That was a notification. Yeah, well, that answers that question. Team Static Fire Abort wins. So, long story short, we got word on SpaceX what happened. So, listen to this. Initial Super Heavy V3 and Starbase Pad 2 activation campaign complete. Wrapping up several days of testing that loaded cryogenic fuel and oxidizer on a V3 vehicle for the first time. Well, the 10-engine static fire ended early due to a ground side issue. We saw successful startup on all installed Raptor 3 engines. Interesting. Next up, preparing the booster for a 33-engine static fire. On the shuttle at KSC-2 and fly it back on a 747. I mean, TLDR, something on the pad caused the abort. And that pop noise that we heard was Raptor shutting off. They don't honk like the Raptor 2. They pop, interestingly enough. So it was a deluge problem. That's really the only thing I can think of, dude. Oh, hang on. I'm talking to Delta. Interesting that the proceeding straight to 33. I mean, if they had 10 good engines start... Ten good engines start on this last test. Why not? That guy's cool. Delta's cool, dude. We like him. I am trying to think what ground side system would cause problems here. Because if they had all 10 good if they had 10 good engines, what ground side systems are involved with getting 10 engines firing? We know that the outer ring is actuated from systems on the pad, right? So it couldn't have been the spin starter, and there were engines on the outer ring on Booster 19. We do know that. The only other thing I can think of is something with the diverter. Because the DSS and the pad deluge system work. Maybe they... Hang on one second. Because the diverter's the only other ground side systems involved with this. I want to see this NSF stream here. Hold up. Where the heck is it? Yeah, this is it right here. Why roll back the booster if it was just GSE? Because they're gonna put in the 33 engines. Man, that's energetic. That's a lot of... So, guys, we know that the pad systems, right, have this crazy smokestack when the deluge system turns on, right? We know, like, the only other thing I could think of is like the diverter suppressor systems, right? So you have your pad deluge, which is a water system that's built into the OLM, right? You have your DSS, the detonation suppression system during startup transients to make sure it doesn't backfire or catch on fire like Delta 4, right? Breaking news, pins. We have pins. What I'm interested in seeing, that what else does that leave? It's not the spin starter, right? Can't be that. That worked. So let's watch this. There's systems over here that actuate the water mechanism. Look. This camera angle from Dune. What's this about over here?
Discovery, go on throttle up.
I'm gonna say the diverter. Something with the diverter water systems went bizarre there. See that? Look, see it pulse? That's not what you want. That thing should go off, and it should be going off like a geyser because that's the pressurizer. They're vaporizing nitrogen. They're vaporizing gaseous nitrogen to create pneumatic pressure to push the water through to the pad. If the vaporizer system doesn't work, you're not going to get good water pressure. That's my guess, that the thing took a dump. Look at it, it's transient. It's like pat, pat, pat. That's the only thing that makes the most sense. There's no other ground side systems that would deter this from static firing. See, look. Hit. Hit. In the previous one, it was continuous. Hey, King. Your stream title has me very excited. We bringing back cranes with your high-fidelity STS model. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to say pad deluge. Something went wrong with the diverter. Because the deluge turned on, and we know that worked. Because it shot steam out the sides. And the DSS worked. So, what else do you need to turn on? Well, there's the sound suppressor that shoots up the top of the pad, and then there's the diverter mechanism. Like, do you remember when they were digging the flame trench, there were tons of different water pipes coming through for different systems? There's specifically three water pressure pipes. 2 of them go up to the pad for the suppressor and the deluge, and 1 of them goes down to the diverter. I don't know if you guys remember that. It's got to be the diverter. That's my guess. Like, it has to be that. What else could it be? There's only so many things that are involved on the ground side with doing a static fire with a booster. Like, it's got to be that. Alex, you asked what your favorite challenge is, the one that got away. Yep. Hey, you gifted 5 memberships. Yep. So that's what we're going to do. Let me clean up this save. This save is specifically kind of built around the shuttle. So let me clean it up and we'll go from there. It looks like I have that Starliner up here. I edited this thing up into orbit. So why does SpaceX put on 10 Raptors first? They're probably just using it to verify integrity of the different systems. Like, you don't need to put 33 Raptors on there to make sure that that's working. You excited to see it come together? I'm even more excited to see you do some replicas of real missions. We'll see, man. So I'm using my MM3 save, but we have some stuff to pick up. I did this for an NSF challenge a little while back, when Starliner was, in fact, not working correctly. I will say this, dudes. I think Barry Wilmore, in an interview with Sean Ryan on his podcast, said that Starliner handles really, really well. And I actually kind of agree with him on that one. I said it when we made this Starliner capsule. If you guys want to go look at that VOD, I said it when I was figuring out how Starliner's thruster system works. That's actually a pretty good system. The problem is that a system is only as good as the analysis to back it up. They didn't do any analysis, so the system doesn't really work too well when your thrusters start melting. But when the thing is actually working correctly, Starliner handles pretty well. And I said that right when we built this, because this is a replica of Starliner. It's the exact, like, not an exact copy, but all the thrusters are in the same places. All right, I'm just gonna bring this thing down. We'll turn the OMAC thrusters on. Yeah, the way the thrusters are placed on Starliner are actually pretty good. So, once again, I'm just cleaning up this save so we can do shuttle stuff. But yeah, it's funny because part 1 of the save has nothing to do with the shuttle. But this, for the context of my MM3 save, this is a mission mode. This is MM3, so I'm using MM3 rules, which are not using my... I was using this save to do cool shuttle things before KSP2 came out. One of the things that made the stream really popular back in the day, guys, was me building a space station with a space shuttle. So, with the MM3 save, I started this to return to our roots here, right before, to give KSP1 a good send-off before KSP2 came out. Yeah, that didn't work. If a booster was fired with 33 engines first, it could have damaged the pad, really, since the diverter broke. Glad they only had 10. Incremental testing, just like me and Ryan and everybody else, and Alex and everyone has been saying. Incremental testing, dude. I have no idea where I just told this thing to come down, but it should be okay. All right, let's see if we can pop the service module. Yeah, good enough. That would be catastrophically bad in real life. You wouldn't be able to stabilize this capsule. But, you know, whatever. But yeah, Starliner is pretty dang maneuverable for what it is, dudes. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it's like what Barry Wilmore said about this thing is wrong. It's not. It's the thruster config is actually pretty damn good. You have very good control over every axis, with coarse and fine control. That's why Starliner has so many of them. Like even now when we don't have an SM attached, the thing's still really, really easy to orient. Now, and if you notice, Starliner has clusters, right? And the clusters are in clusters of 2, so you have 2 fault redundancy on every thruster, which turns out that they really needed that. So they opted for a little bit more mechanically complex design, but they opted for a little bit more mechanically complicated design, but you have more redundancy. But yeah, you have roll control thrusters there, you have your pitch control thrusters there and there, and then you have yaw on the sides here. There's Starliner on the capsule only has thrusters up top. That's it. There's not like thrusters all over the place. It simplifies your thruster design. It's actually pretty smart. I will say it's not the dumbest thing I've seen in spaceflight. What is your plan to get around previous shuttle pad issues? I don't know. I haven't even gotten to that point. Let me clean up this save and then we'll talk about it. find it cool that he could tell when the thrusters were weakening and how the handling became sluggish. That would show up in your rate controller, dude. In your rate indicators. That would absolutely show up. Yeah, you'd be able to feel it and you'd be able to see it. It would be like in Kerbal if you were using something with RCS and then you hit caps lock fine control, and caps lock fine control lowers the thrust output of the thrusters. That's not really how real thrusters work. In reality, you know, you want less thrust in a direction, just use less thrusters. You can't really throttle the RCS in real life. There are companies that are trying to solve that problem, but who knows? Hey, Animal, what's up, dude? Starliner should be good through EDL here. It should be good for it. Oh yeah, and yeah, we have a jettisonable heat shield. Nice. Could you adjust the pulse with modulation rate? Of course. I think that's the real problem. And I called it right when I heard Mark Nappy, the VP of the Starliner program, the Starliner program manager. He's now he's not the Starliner program manager anymore. He retired after Butch and Sonny came back down. Yeah, fun fact. Yeah, retired. He actually admitted it in a press conference, dude. He said that their thermal analysis was not good. And so thermal analysis and the application of pulse width modulation on thrusters. So what does that mean? If that was Japanese to you, RCS, like I said, these types of thrusters, you do not throttle them. That's not really how that works. They're either on or off, that's it. And to control like acceleration rates or roll pitch and yaw rates in every direction, what they do is they do stuff like that. They use pulse width modulation. So PWM is basically, it uses a repeating signal. You need an oscillating signal, right? PWM is like what fuel injectors use on a car, on like a modern day fuel injected car. You know, it's the rate at which the injectors turn on and off. They use the same type of thing here. It's an oscillating thing. Now, here's the thing. RCS thrusters use a neodymium nozzle. Or not neodymium, niobium, excuse me. They use niobium nozzles. Niobium carbide, actually, if you really want to know. Or, I mean, it could be Inco. Like, long story short, they need niobium in these nozzles, and the nozzles actually glow. They glow to shed off the heat. They use light. Them glowing is actually them cooling themselves. All right, it's using infrared light to shed the heat from the thrusters, because rocket engines get hot. Spoiler alert, they get hot. And these thrusters, depending on how much you pulse, every time you pulse one of these things, right? Every time you pulse this sucker, right? Every time that happens, right, you're going to introduce a little bit of thrust. And if your pulse width modulation is too high, you're going to introduce a little bit of heat, excuse me. And every time you do that, if you're introducing too much heat into the nozzle, it won't be able to cool itself. Okay? So their thermal analysis was wrong on how much heat they could introduce into those nozzles before stuff started going wrong. And honestly, like, I would understand if that's like a new thing, right? If that was a problem, like on the first Starliner flight or on the second Starliner flight, or no, on the first one, I'll say, because I'm going to say that's a relatively easy problem to fix when you have flight data. But here's the real bad part about what happened with Starliner. You know, I just said a second ago, it's not an issue if you encounter it on the first flight. You're never going to know exactly. There's no way to test the service module in the vacuum without sending it up there. So an uncrewed flight, testing your pulse width modulation, you know, doing rendezvous proximity operations with the ISS in an uncrewed capacity, not a bad idea, right? But see, here's the thing. They did that, and the thrusters overheated. On OFT-2, the second Starliner mission, the second uncrewed Starliner mission, to the ISS. They blew out thrusters during docking, during the automated docking sequence. They blew out thrusters. I distinctly remember them talking about it. That absolutely was a thing, and that absolutely happened. Okay, you blew out thrusters on the second unmanned mission. That makes sense, considering the first one went horribly wrong because of a timing issue. Turns out they didn't sync the clock between Starliner and Atlas. So when Starliner launched, it thought it was way further in the mission than it actually was. So you can, I guess I can excuse the OFT-1 mission. Like, you wouldn't find that problem from the OFT-1 mission. You wouldn't find it. Because they didn't put a lot of work on the thrusters. Like, they didn't do a lot with the thrusters. They didn't do a docking. It went up, they saw it was on a bad trajectory, and that was the end of that, right? If it was a diverter issue, wouldn't they have aborted before ignition? Sorry for spamming. I never know if caps are important when raging. Hey, Grebo, I don't know why, but your tag isn't showing up for me. I don't know. It's just a theory, dude. I'm gonna have to wait and see. Diverter would be my guess, because that's the only thing. But you could get a siphoning effect from firing the rocket engines that could introduce bubbles into your water pressure systems, because basically the rocket engine's so powerful it sucks all the thing out, sucks all the water out. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. There's a bunch of different things that could be. Anyway, so guys, the thing is like, you can excuse, like, you know, thrusters overheating. It does happen. It happened with Dragon, like, in the early flights. Like, you know, you're not going to get it exactly right until you go and do it, right? But also, at the same time, like, here's the big thing. My Starliner parachutes work really well, actually. It showed up on OFT2, and they didn't do anything about it. They ignored it. They said, oh, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. And then they put people on it, and the same problem happened. Go figure. Really, really weird. That's odd. Right? That's where they screwed up. So bad thermal analysis, you can excuse that after one flight. That's not a big deal. Bad thermal analysis after 2 flights, especially with people on board the second one, inexcusable. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? And that goes into the whole Type A mishap that Jared Isaacman was talking about. What happened with Starliner is a big deal. It's a big deal. That is a big deal. I wouldn't say... So, yeah, that's what kind of went down with Starliner. Bad thermal analysis is not that big of a problem. Like, that happens. And once again, I'll say that I would even go so far as to say that's excusable, right? If it happens again, whose fault is it? What got me was the continuing degradation of the thrusters as he flew. His exploration for why the computer shut down the thrusters was also eye-opening. Well, the control systems. Because whoever programmed Starliner's control systems knew what the hell they were doing. They clearly knew that the thrusters could overheat, Hellfish. That was pretty clearly known. And that's an even bigger telling issue. The control system engineers clearly knew about the thrusters and what could happen if they don't, if you introduce too much PWM. This whole thing, like I said, reeks of bad project management. And I've said it once. I said it once while it was happening. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I think Starliner is a good design. I really, honestly, and truly do. I don't think that any spacecraft is inherently a bad design. Most design flaws that happen with spaceships in general happen because a lack of understanding of what the spaceship is trying to tell you. Like John Honeycutt said it really well in a press interview the other day. He said it really well. The ship will talk to you. It'll tell you something. It'll tell you what it needs. You got to pay attention though. Apparently that's a difficult thing to do for some people. If your thrusters are blowing out on OFT2 during rendezvous, but it still worked, I would look at that and I'd be like, I'm not happy with this. Because I did not expect a thruster to blow out. Now, we do have 2-fault redundant thrusters, right? Obviously. But you don't want it to do that, right? Not just overheating, the tips of the injector pintle was deforming when they were getting partial thrust. It got worse and worse as time went on. Well, yeah, because the heat flux introduced into the thruster from high pulse width modulation meant that the nozzle couldn't shed the heat fast enough. So you can't convect heat because there's no air. It's radiating heat as best as it can at basically 100% heat flux, right? 100% in and out as fast as it can, and you're still introducing more heat. So what's left? Conduction. That's why it was melting the poppet seals, and it melted the poppet seal in a thruster. If it melts the poppet seal in a thruster, you have a hypergolic leak inside of your spacecraft. I don't think I need to tell you how bad of a thing that actually is. Hypergol leaking, not great. But yeah, that's thruster degradation, because the red line monitor, like I said, the control systems caught it. They caught it and they're like, okay, that's a problem. And Boeing's solution was to turn it off and turn it back on again. Which is surprising. If your control systems are saying your thrusters are overheating. Might not be a bad design, but there was definitely bad engineering involved. The thermal calculations are critical for space, so it's pretty inexcusable to get the analysis wrong. Well, that's, like I said, that's a project management problem, Fox. That ain't the spacecraft's fault that you introduced too much heat into the design. Now, Fox, I will say that if Starliner, if the acceptable heat parameters introduced into Starliner are not adequate for being able to do rendezvous proximity operations, then yeah, that's a pretty big problem. But I would go so far as to say that I don't think that if that's not the case, then I really don't think it's that big of a deal. But I mean, there's so many, Fox. There's so many other systems that could actually be. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so guys, here's the shuttle. I apparently just have a shuttle on orbit here around my space station, and I'm not sure why we're up here at 150. 150 by 100. How much fuel do we have left on this thing? 201. .408 meters a second delta V. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I don't know why I put the shuttle up here. I think I had it up here to just show it off. Pray for Mary, 42-month resub. Do you think Starliner got the EUS canceled? They are both Boeing products. No. What got the EUS canceled was a combination of factors. In my opinion, it really stems down to they took their time with the EUS. The reason why they took their time is because there was no solid deadline for it to happen. Like there's no accountability. If the EUS was expected for Artemis 2, then that would be a different story. But Jim changed that, and he ordered 2 more ICPSs for Artemis 2 and 3. And that basically put the project on life support. And there's only so much you can do when you're not getting funded trying to build an upper stage for human exploration. That and Boeing was dragging their feet, because if they're not going to pay you, why put money into the project, right? You just keep the project on life support. Jared Isaacman basically pulled the plug. Now, the interesting thing is that the project was on life support, but was making progress. It was just making progress too slow for our 2028 goal landing on the moon. And that's why when it originally happened, hey, Zeldafax, 51-month resub. That's why when it originally happened, I thought that, like, no, they're probably just shelving it for now, not canceling it completely. And then they canceled it completely. Well, that hasn't happened yet. The Senate has to vote on it. The Commerce, Justice, and Science, not CSJ, a Senate subcommittee put forth a bill that would officially cancel the EUS, and that has to pass in the Senate. But everybody thinks, RJ, at this time, because of congressional stakeholders in it, that it'll probably pass. Jared has a lot of support in Congress. That's the short story. So the EUS technically, if we're going to be very technical, it's not dead yet officially. It's basically on the edge. All right, so let's get this shuttle up. I want to get this shuttle home. And then we'll get into analyzing what we need for this thing to work correctly. So this is my 5th generation orbiter. It's the 5th time I've tried to build a shuttle from the ground up in KSP over the last, basically since I started playing in around 2013. This is Collins, CTS, Collins Transportation System. It's kind of a double entendre. Its name has 2 meanings. I originally named it after Michael Collins because I didn't think he got enough credit for the Apollo missions. But naming a shuttle after an Apollo astronaut is kind of weird. So it's also named after Eileen Collins, who was the first female shuttle pilot or shuttle commander. So yeah, it has its name has 2 meanings. I just call it CTS for short. This is CTS-5. It's the 5th generation orbiter. I built it once again as a send-off for KSP-1 because building shuttles back in the day is what made the stream popular. I had and still kind of do have an unhealthy obsession with this vehicle. Hey Muffin, what's going on? They were leaking fuels that auto-combust. Well, hypergolic, not auto-combust. So, this orbiter is about as good of an orbiter as I can make in stock KSP. This is stock KSP parts with the DLC. I do have, these are flags in here inside of the payload bay. I do have a little bit of custom flags to create custom textures to make it look nice. It doesn't necessarily need them. Those are just there to look cool. This shuttle is equipped with a robotic arm. The robotic arm works just like the real one, right down to servo power amplifiers. I read the space shuttle manual on how the shuttle operations manual about how the arm actually works. It works exactly like the real one. The only thing it doesn't have is a latching end effector, or LEE. On the end, I have a docking port instead of a latching end effector, because the latching end effector on the real arm, on the space station remote manipulator, and the shuttle's robotic arms utilizes wires to latch onto things. It has a little wire that can center it on a grapple point. I don't have something like that. So I just use a small docking port. But when I built this shuttle, I did build this thing to I did build it to be reusable. The shuttle, the space shuttle, in my version, in the real life version, has 3 attachment points. It has a forward attachment point to the external tank and 2 aft attachment points to the ET. My aft attachment points are utilizing Kraken tech. Like, I can use pilot dowels and realign on the aft pins. And then I have control surfaces folding in place here to shield the pins during re-entry. Do you have a Space Lab variant? You could put a Space Lab in here, Judo. Sure. Now, I gotta We have to move down to 100 by 100, and then I'll put this thing through EDL. We'll get it back down. But yeah, let this be your introduction to CTS-5 if you guys haven't seen it. It is a very, very capable vehicle. Now, the whole purpose of this series is to take that thing, take this, land it, pull any payloads out if we need to, right? Pull any payloads out, put new payloads in, drag it back to a launch pad, attach it to a new external tank and boosters, and fly it. Again, without hitting the recovery button. No recover spacecraft. That's the idea. That's the plan. My goal is to copy the shuttle's concept of operations as closely as I possibly can. So to make this easy, I'm outsourcing the design of shuttle reintegration to NASA and basically doing what they do. This is potentially going to be an involved project. Just keep that in mind. It's going to be a little bit involved. So, once again, I don't really have any particular expectation about when this project is going to be finished, or if I'm going to even finish it. It might be impossible to do, because stacking 2 boosters in Kerbal and then hanging the external tank and the orbiter on them, like how the shuttle was actually integrated, I'll go more into detail of that in a second. Kerbal's docking logic doesn't like that. So I'm gonna have to sit. That's gonna be the big thing, trying to sit here and figuring out how to do that correctly. But the idea is to land this thing, drag it to a payload integration facility, put new payload in the damn thing, and fly it. Not to be rude, but couldn't you adapt the pad to work in KSP even if it isn't realistic to work on the real one? How is that being rude? Actually, I could really do with an RCS, a thruster refactoring with this vehicle. All right, we're at a 150 by 100 orbit for whatever reason. Not to be rude, but I hope you're having a good day. Well, RJ, we're gonna have to fudge it, dude. We're gonna have to fudge it somehow with docking port hierarchy or docking port logic. We have to. I really don't have a choice there. It's gonna have to be done that way. But yeah, this shuttle I had up here in this save for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why it's here, but it's a good introduction to the program. If you guys aren't familiar with CTS-5, it's one of my favorite projects in KSP because, you know, if you know me from NSF, I love the space shuttle. I think the space shuttle is amazing. I really, honestly, and truly think it is a really, 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 really good design. And just like Starliner, you know, just like Starliner, programmatic management problems are what doomed it. It's not the shuttle. The shuttle is a great design. I really, honestly, and truly think that. Yeah, not to be rude, but I really enjoy when you engineer things in KSP. Not to be rude, could you adapt the pad to work in KSP even if it isn't realistic? I mean, RJ, we're gonna have to. Like, the reality, like, jokes aside, we're gonna have to. I don't have a choice. We're gonna have to find a way to skirt the docking port logic. And I don't know. That's gonna require some trickery, dude. Not to be rude, but Venture Star is better. Now you can't say not to be rude and then actually be rude. That's not the joke. What's my daily right now? I use Brimo's car right now. So a Fusion, Judo, for you, would be a Mondeo, a 2020 Mondeo, 2.0 turbo all-wheel drive. That's my daily right now. I don't drive my cars in the bad weather, because I don't want them getting messed up. Because they're old, and a New England winter will really destroy those things if you're not careful. I still have the Mustang, yes. I actually got the Mustang out of hibernation from the winter last weekend. So the 2008 Mustang GT and a 97 F250 are my 2 daily drivers. You know, I know people are going to be like, oh my God, you got 2 daily drivers. Okay, so first of all, I don't drive anywhere. My commute to work is walking to my shop. Second of all, these are the 2008 Mustang's worth something, but the 97 F250 is worth nothing. I got it for nothing. It's not worth anything. Like, these are not like luxury vehicles. They're just regular cars. Wait, I thought you thought canceling the Saturn V in favor of the Shuttle was dumb, but you like the Shuttle too. That seems contradictory. I like the Shuttle because it happened. Note. I like the Shuttle because it existed. I think the Shuttle's a great idea if you want something that's not the Saturn V. I think that's a really good idea. However, if you really want my honest to God opinion, if I had to choose between a Shuttle and a Saturn V with the LEM and the CSM, I'm taking the Saturn V. Sorry. Super heavy lift trumps all. I like the Shuttle because it happened. I like the Shuttle because it's the vehicle that got me obsessed with spaceflight. I love space shuttles. My earliest memories of spaceflight are watching the Hubble servicing missions with my dad in the early 90s. That sent me down a path that led me to doing what I do here. I don't know, man. The market for used trucks is going up, so that statement might not be as true as you think. Yeah. I mean, I bought that thing. Got that thing for like $500. It is a sweet truck. I love it. And it's got no rust on it, so I don't drive it in the winter. But yeah, Judo, I still have the Mustang. Yep. I still have the Mustang and the 97 F250 from Route 154. Those are my cars. I use the 97 as a work truck, guys. Like, it is the work. I mean, like, it's a project vehicle very much. And when the Coronet shell is good to go, I'll probably bring it in here and we'll start working on it. Yeah, I still have that. I still have Freb. I have the red truck. So, and yeah, I have the Coronet that you guys see all the time. That's missing a lot of pieces. I have the 59, the 97, and the 08 Mustang. Yep. They're fun cars, dude. I covered the spread, guys. Like, I was very particular about what cars I wanted to buy. I want to buy. Like, I have a 2-door sports coupe. I have a 4-door sedan in the form of the Coronet. I have a gentleman's truck in the 59's single cab short box step side. And then I have a work truck, the 97. 97's a work truck. Single cab long box. So, I kind of covered the spread of vehicles that I enjoy. That's entirely on purpose. Is KSP2 really abandonware? Yes, do not buy it. It's a gigantic steaming pile of crap. Don't buy it. Alright, let's get this shuttle down. We're in the right orbit for KSC. I just gotta make sure. Close up the comms here. Shutting the antenna, switching the shuttle over to short band. Shuttle antenna is retracted. Yeah, I firmly believe that it probably would have ended up being cheaper, guys. Your go for payload bay door close. It probably would have ended up being cheaper if we just kept flying the Saturn V. Honestly, yeah. If we just kept flying it, the Saturn V probably would have paid for itself by the 80s. We would have wholly justified its development and had a moon base. That's also kind of important. Yeah, that whole moon base part is pretty neat. I do appreciate that, and I kind of wish we'd, had that. But like I said, yeah, I like the shuttle because it existed. I think it is an excellent design, given the circumstances. But if I had to choose, I would take a Saturn V. Sorry. Yeah, and that's my favorite part. That's one of my favorite parts about the space shuttle, King. The Soviets got wind of the space shuttle in the mid-70s, and they looked at it and went, Why are you making this? We actually confused the KGB inadvertently. They looked at it and said, why you have the Saturn V? Why the hell are you making this? You have the Saturn V. You can send 120 metric tons into orbit in one shot. You have super heavy launch capability. Why are you giving it up for this thing? It's funny. The Soviet engineers, that information was relayed to Soviet engineers, and they're like, why do you think they would be doing this? And so the Soviet engineers looked at it, like Glishko looked at it and went, what? Что? Это такое? And they got really confused. They defaulted to, well, you wouldn't build that unless you were A, trying to steal other people's satellites, or B, sending weapons into space. They defaulted to that it was a weapon system. That was the only thing. They were like, we don't know what else this could be. It's got to be a weapon system. Okay, we'll go for op 304 or 303. Yeah, they got really confused. They're like, I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm going to keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Would we have iterated to Nova? Yes. Okay. All right, let's swing her around for entry interface. Switch control point to the nose of the shuttle. Body flap controller, speed brake controller is up. Saturn C8 would have been a good rocket. Yeah. Yeah, the Soviets got really confused. They defaulted to that it must be a weapon system. We have no idea what it does. We have no idea why it does what it does. It must be a weapon system, so we need to make it. And that's what made Buran. Yep. They got so confused that we would give up the Saturn V that they just made a copy because they were worried about what this thing was capable of doing. Fun fact. I always thought that was really funny. They looked at it and went, why? What? Then the Soviets tried to design their own. It flew once, and the project was scrapped because the Soviet Union collapsed. Yep. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that maybe their fears were not unfounded. We still, the shuttle was developed for Department of Defense purposes. We still don't exactly know what any of those missions were supposed to be, right? So the crazy thing is, guys, is that they may have not been wrong. So who knows? All right. Let's see if the old boy can still bring this thing back down. Is that the abandoned Soviet space shuttle that Baldwin bankrupt broke in to see? Yeah, that's Buran. Yes. Buran. It's the Russian word for blizzard or snowstorm. Yeah, they built that because they looked at the space shuttle and said, "What? Why would you make this? What a stupid idea." And they were like, "Yeah, that's got to be a weapon. We got to copy it." I just wanted to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. But yeah, like I said, fellas, if I had to choose between the shuttle and the Saturn V, I'll take the Saturn V with the CSM and the LEM any day of the week. Like if we're looking at a vehicle that is designed for pure scientific application, for like a vehicle for NASA, Saturn V is a way better idea. Why not Saturn Shuttle? They didn't do the Saturn Shuttle because they were worried about the high center of pressure. Basically having the orbiter mounted so high up on the vehicle. Yeah, something like that, 2020. Did you try a make it on in Kerbal? Sometimes. Fear does some crazy stuff to the mind. Yeah, keep it classy during the day, Alchemy. You know, dude. You know. Sorry. When we're playing Battlefield, I curse like a sailor. But yeah, that happens. That's later at night when the kids go to sleep. Yeah, Coltec, that's a good point. My bad. All good, brother. I know you know, dude. I know, dude. We go way back, dude. Believe me. I still remember everybody's name. It's just from like back in the day. It just takes a second. So yeah, what I ultimately want to do is bring this sucker down and try and reuse it. Once again, the reason why I'm bringing this shuttle back is because I'm just clearing up the save. We'll use this save because it already has all my shuttle stuff loaded into it. Not watching the spacewalk? Oh, I'm watching it. I have it on. I'm watching, yeah. I have it on in the background, dude. What do you use as heat tiles for this thing? Structural panels. Structural panels from the Making History pack. Looking good. First S turn. Anyone else at 2012 OG? There's a couple people in here. Judo, yeah. Back in the day. Roll reversal. We're actually a little bit short. We don't need a second S turn.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I do not think a heading alignment is warranted here. Bring up pitch control. Your surfaces are on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Stream Chat. Stream Chat is, Judo. At least, Stream Chat, at least 10 years. Sero 105, there you go. Been doing this a long time, Blocks. Still find it crazy that Starship does S-turns on re-entry like the Shuttle. I love it, dude. I think that's super cool. Hey, Fistist, I was here when EJ dammed off the ocean to make more area to build in Skylines. That was a good time, dude. Okay. Haven't done this in a little bit. Clouds. Yeah, it doesn't fly very well, dude. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to fly well up there, not down here. It's supposed to fly well cutting a freaking plasma trail through the upper atmosphere. That's when it's supposed to fly good. It's not supposed to fly good down here. That's entirely on purpose. It is a re-entry vehicle after all. Yeah, I was a little bit short on that approach, but that's okay. Beauty of having a glider is that you can fly the thing back to the runway. It doesn't... You're not stuck in the trajectory like you are with a capsule. All right. Okay, stand by for final heading. Ground altimeter is on. We could do with a detail pass on the thrusters, dudes, to be honest. The verniers, they're not necessarily placed exactly right. 800. $500. You're coming. You're down. I gotta get better. I gotta get better at doing that the same way every time. That was not a great landing. We kind of ran out of energy. I'm also thinking, like, maybe we could swap some of these wings for flags and stuff on the bottom. For funds. But that's iterative upgrades that come later. Okay, shutting out body flap control systems. Alright. Okay, Convoy 1, we got wheel stop on Endurance. And now, this is where the fun begins, because I want to be able to take this thing and pull any payload out of it and reuse it without hitting that recover button. Bingo, right in the center. Yeah, like I said, that we ran out of energy with that landing. You got to dive bomb the freaking runway. And that's what the real shuttle did. When was the last time you piloted this and you just hopped in the seat cold? Probably been like 6 months. Didn't the real one have a chute when landing? Depends on the time period in the mission, Taylor. The chute wasn't added until the late 80s. Yeah, a lot of the early shuttle missions. You don't have a lot of mass here for brakes, right? So their solution to that problem was just have a long runway for the space shuttle, because a long runway is easier to engineer than some type of crazy aerospace grade brake that's going to stop the shuttle in a reasonable amount of distance, right? So their solution was just make a 15,000 foot runway. A lot easier. And even so, what happened is that even then they were still cooking the brakes. So they added the drag chute to to increase or decrease the heat cycles for the brakes so they could last longer. I'm not necessarily for that. I think that's kind of stupid. That's just making the vehicle more complicated and going against what it inherently was designed for, but whatever. I mean, I don't know. Say whatever you want. Like, seems kind of like a lazy solution to the problem. And Talkative, that's kind of the reason why I say that. That's the reason why I say, like, the shuttle program, it's not the shuttle's design that was the issue here. It really is not. The issue is the people running the program. Those design decisions, especially post-Challenger, they make no sense. Like, having the parachute is just one more thing that you have to do. Right, like, what were they worried about? The shuttle can stop well on a 15,000 foot runway and have a lot of space left over. Why don't just use all 1,500 feet, or 15,000 feet of the runway? If you're worried about brake cycles, right? Like, what? Have you made a starship in KSP yet? I presume it should be possible. I've made starships, Fox, but the, getting the payload bay doors to work right is a little weird, and then trying to catch those things is prohibitively difficult for somebody that flies manually. The shuttle's much easier to land in that regard. When were the speed brake and flaps equipped? From the start of the program. The speed brake and flaps are there to modulate your pitch angle of attack, and also the body flap is there to trim out any differential payload mass. So, like, because the shuttle can come down with whatever, right? Like, the other one that got away was the Mechazilla project. I got that thing to catch a booster. It's just really difficult with the material science limits of KSP. We'd need some custom model parts. How do the heat tiles on that compare to the ones on Starship? I would say the ones on Starship are inspired from this, for sure. Yeah, definitely inspired from this. Now we need a runway cart to drag this thing. Well, yeah, this is, didn't the V-stab open on landing? Yeah. Are you asking when were they equipped on the orbiter, or when were they activated? This gets activated through a slow ramp up of systems, Drew. I'm gonna use more technical terms here because I'm pretty sure you understand this. So the shuttle had a gradual handover of systems during entry, descent, and landing via the flight computer. Flight computer is a fly-by-wire system. It's interpolating commands given by the pilot, and it's interpolating commands from the computer. What does that mean in plain English for anybody else? Everything goes through the flight computer. There's a quadruple redundant flight computer here that's in the avionics bay, which is right here in the shuttle. And it's a gradual handover through entry, descent, and landing. As the shuttle is reading the altitude, right, and relative position, right, because it has an INS aboard. It needs that to fly through space
Discovery,
correctly.
go at throttle up.
An inertial navigation system, which basically everything has nowadays. It was pretty hot stuff for the time, but and based off of that reference data information, it will gradually equip the control surfaces. Now, the speed brake itself, how it's actuated, is actually on the flight deck of the orbiter. It is a so if you're in the commander's position, so this position right here, you have right hand on stick, and your speed brake's actually on the left, like on the left side. It's not on the center console, so to speak. It's actually out on the left side to be able to modulate the speed brake. It's just a lever that you can pull back and forth, similar to a flap lever. It's controlled by the pilot, obviously interpolated through the computer, but the software on board will gradually hand over control. Now, like, think about how trick this actually is from a control system standpoint. When you're starting through entry, descent, and landing with the shuttle, you're on all RCS, no aero control surfaces, nothing, right? And as the shuttle realizes that it's lower and lower, right, your same control system that you're using, the stick, will go from controlling the RCS to automatically controlling the control surfaces. So the pilot doesn't need to worry about like flipping knobs and levers during descent, right? The computers take care of that. You have one stick, right? One control input that will control the RCS at the start of entry interface, and then the control surfaces by the time you touch down. And it gradually hands over the information. You have one control input controlling RCS and control surfaces, and it's a handover over time. That's what I mean about the shuttle's design. That is pretty freaking high tech for 1972. That's insane. For 1970s technology, dude, that's like, okay, like take a 69 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. It has all power options, you know, power windows, power locks, air conditioning, AM, FM radio. That was a big deal in the 60s. That's a big deal. Nowadays, every car has that. Same thing with avionics. The shuttle using an INS, fly-by-wire system that's derived from the LEM and the CSM, and the software to control it for a gradual system handover. That's not that hard to do nowadays if you know anything about guidance, navigation, and control. That's not that big of a deal. That's a big deal for the 1970s. That's no joke, dude. 2020, tier 1, 6 months in advance, 75 total. Thank you. Drew, does that make sense? Off topic, but have you created Starship and Super Heavy yet? Yeah, back for now. I just got asked that a second ago. I've made it before. My thing is that we don't have a payload bay that's specifically suited for Starship for the size, so making it like fully reusable would be a little bit tough to do in stock KSP. We'd need some mod parts to get that right. No, it's all good, back. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you must have just popped in. No problem, dude. Yeah. The shuttle is I will say that the shuttle is much easier to, at least attempt to make fully reusable. Well, partially reusable vehicle, we expend the external tank. You get the idea. You should make a shuttle-sized Starship variant launched on MLV. Was there ever plans to make bigger space shuttles, like an 8-meter payload bay? Not to my knowledge, Trey. RCS to control surface transition clearly from the Harrier shuttle confirmed Harrier derived. I know what you're saying, Nader. I don't know, man. The shuttle was pretty damn cutting edge for the time, guys. It's still, dude, the shuttle's still good. Like, in terms of control systems, I would say, even by modern standards, it's pretty damn good. That's what I mean, dude. They broke the mold when they made that damn thing. Oh, yeah, Pigzig. There was that humpback shuttle thing that made the space shuttle look like a beluga for bigger payload capacity. And then, I mean, Trey, I don't know. Do you want to count Shuttle C? Like, there was Shuttle C. I hate it a lot. But the idea with Shuttle C is that you have a shuttle aft engine segment, and you just put a fairing in front of it instead of the, you know, the whole wings space shuttle thing. The engine segment and the tank gets expended, right? And then, yeah, with this, you probably do about 100 tons. 100 tons to Leo, and there were different Shuttle C variants that utilized a bigger fairing. Yeah, like here's different variants of it. Like that would be probably the closest thing to... Yeah, like see, there's... I mean, keep in mind this is astronautics. This is kind of fan art, but this is where you could have gone with it. Like, you could have ended up doing something like direct with a shuttle stack. And, yeah, for what it's worth, guys, Shuttle C, the concept for Shuttle C was made. They did make the concept utilizing the MPTA, if I'm remembering right. That's a YouTube video. But, yeah. See, that's not a render. That's a real picture. I really don't think that the Shuttle C would have been that bad of an idea. They chose to not do it because they decided expending RS-25s is a stupid idea. I've heard that the computer pretends to let the commander fly. Watching the HUD, it tells you exactly what to do, but but could the computer override inputs and throw the speed brake on if forgotten? In that unlikely scenario, I actually don't know, Drew. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what fly-by-wire does. Fly-by-wire is you asking the computer to fly whatever you're flying the way you want, and the computer saying, all right, I'll think about it. And then basically it's saying, okay, human wants me to do this. What control surfaces do I need to move to make it do that? Okay. I need to do this, right? But in some circumstances with fly-by-wire systems, it will not accept the control input. You know, it's like, oh, F-16, fly-by-wire system. F-16, I need you to do this. And the computer will be like, if we do that, we're going to crash. No. No, we're not doing that. Good thing we don't do that, right? Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's get down to business here. RS-68s on a Shuttle C, Joe, is not a bad idea, now that I'm thinking about it. Nobody had the stones to propose something like that, though, I would say. All right, so let's go... Let's think about this. Where do we start? Where's their center of lift relative to the center of mass on your shuttle? The U in United States is pretty much exactly where it is. Your truck has drive-by-wire. I hate it. It works, but the tuning is so bad. You got a Cybertruck, dude? Interesting. Yeah. What other systems are drive-by-wire nowadays? Where do we start with this, dudes? I don't know. Technically, 7.3 OBS is drive-by-wire. It's not, though. You have a mechanical linkage to the steering rack. Anyway. We start by grabbing ice cream. Maybe do what you said yesterday. Start from landing and work backwards. What components do you need to support a landed shuttle? I mean, Jasper, yeah, we're going to have to think about the con ops here. Concept of operations. So how does this all work? Confirm you're starting a white sheet shuttle in GSE. That's what the title says, man. Start with how to make the orbiter back to the booster. So, let's run through concept of operations here for this thing. All right. Guys, I know a lot about building integration infrastructure in KSP. I've done it for many rockets. Let's go down the list of things that are going to be, what's going to be difficult. Stack integration. That's really what's going to be difficult. Getting the whole stack to work together and talk to each other. That's going to be tough. Putting all the components together and getting them all to work correctly. Now, my rocket here, all right, the SR, I did design it this way. I designed it so if sometime down the road after I built this I was feeling dangerous, we could try to put one together. The SRB's forward attachment point, their primary forward attachment point, is using a docking port on both sides. They also have alignment pins for this exact reason. Those pins do more or less reflect how the real one works. So you can hang the external tank. Now, the thing is that the SRBs here are, the SRB aft attachment point is just a strut. So now we have Kerbal construction being called into the mix here. And also my aft attachment points for the shuttle are utilizing struts there. That's, once again, that's going to need Kerbal construction. I put those struts there because I didn't really have a solution for attaching the aft struts. You could use docking ports, sure, but I want to make sure that that's the primary docking port. If we have 3 docking ports on the back of the shuttle and this one, for whatever reason, in the back attaches first, shuttle fuel flow isn't going to work correctly. It's not going to be able to flow fuel from the external tank right. I designed it to be able to flow fuel through the forward bipod strut, which is absolutely 100% not how the shuttle did it in real life. The fuel and oxidizer lines for the shuttle go through here. I do have them kind of modeled, but that's just for show. They don't do anything. But that's just for demonstration purposes, so I could show you guys how this all goes together. But that fuel line doesn't provide any particular flow. Are you stacking at pad like Vandy or transporting to KSC? I think Vandenberg Slick 6 style still is probably the best way to do this, Andrew, if we were going to do it. How about a Libra 11K to pick up the shuttle and put it back on the MLP? Well, like I said, stack integration is going to be the most difficult part here. The reason why is just because how a shuttle stack inherently gets put together. So how do they start doing this? When they start building a shuttle stack, the SRBs, which are segmented, are carried in pieces. This is an RSRM aft segment, reusable solid rocket motor aft segment. SLS uses something like this, right? They take those and they bring them to the pad and they start stacking the SRBs in pieces. Now, first and foremost, we can't do that. We can't do that. We don't have segmented SRBs in stock KSP. Our SRBs, the ones that we know that work, do not do this. Now, where's another picture? Now, once the SRBs are stacked, what they do... here. Now, keep in mind, this is just for transport purposes. They hang the external tank on the SRBs. So the external tank's actually hanging from it. That's how they lower it down, and they actually hang it on the forward SRB struts. Now, let me go find another picture of those struts. So inside of the external tank, guys, there's a gigantic aluminum riveted crossbar. SLS has this. It has the same thing, only it's slightly different. You have your LOX tank here. Hydrogen tank is here. That's hydrogen has gas vent. That's your hydrogen has gas vent. And then the pipe that goes down the side of the external tanks on the other side of this. This holds the whole stack together. It holds the forward SRB attachment points. This is my shuttle depository of pictures. It holds the forward SRB attachment points and the inner tank, which is the primary structural carrier for the entire stack. That has to be the strongest part. I built my external tank. I built the ET to do the same thing. I have a girder segment truss in there. That is basically the root part, so to speak, of my external tank. And you can see it's all strutted together all over the place with struts everywhere to basically work exactly like the shuttle. That took an extremely long time to mimic that load path in KSP, in case anybody's wondering. You're good at building parts and it'll add complexity, but how about a foldable docking port in the aft to control when they attach to avoid the strut stuff? Badger, I'd actually be curious to see if Kerbal Construction is a viable avenue for this project. I'd be interested to see. Yeah, I would be interested to see. So, like I said, we have to hang the SRBs, or we have to hang the external tank from the SRB. From there, the shuttle gets picked up on a gigantic bracket. And actually, there's an ET hanger bracket here. And the pickup point is actually very interesting on the external tank here. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a 2-crane lift. Could the Slick 6 pad be turned around faster than the mobile launchers? Yes. It was built for that, yeah. Oh, how am I going to make that? How are we going to pick up that external tank? Like how fast? I don't know how much Slick 6... I don't know. They never got to it. I just will tell you that it's easier to build the stack at Slick 6 right on the pad than it is to use the mobile launcher to move the whole thing to the pad like what they did. Yeah. There's the shuttle pickup bracket. That's the MDD bracket. The made demate device. That's inside of the MPS. Yeah, see. See, the problem here, guys, look. So we have these Clydesdale boosters. The Clydesdale is absurdly heavy. And so are the SRBs, for what it's worth. Clydesdale's 144 tons. How much easier just to deploy tank solids already done than mate to landed orbiter? It would be way easier, user. That's not exactly what I'm going for, because my SRBs are reusable as well. I do have a way of refueling SRBs. There is a way to hack it in KSP. You can take a spent SRB. If you bring it back, you can refuel it. We've demonstrated that capability. It involves hacking a CAL controller a little bit. But what we could do, guys, is in lieu of segment stacking, we could stack the SRBs empty. If we stack them empty, they'll be much easier to manipulate. They'll be much easier to move around. It won't be 144 tons of movement. It will be 20 tons of movement. 21 tons of movement. But what are the pitfalls of doing that, Tars? Like, is there any downsides to doing that? I don't think so. How about stack the shuttle and external tank, laying them horizontal, then attach the ET to the SRBs? Horizontal integration in KSP sucks. It's not fun to do at all. That's the short story, Trey. Vertically stacking is much better if you're trying to do this. That I'm speaking purely from experience. I've horizontally integrated Falcon 9 style boosters by building the TE. That's not easy to do. I could probably do it better nowadays, but I don't want Buran and Agia here. I want to vertically stack it. It makes more sense to do it. It's easier to work with gravity, to work plumb with gravity. I mean, even SpaceX, who arguably made horizontal integration like a thing, they still vertically integrate Starship. It's much easier to work with gravity. The only thing I see is the lack of testicular fortitude for doing them fueled. Well, my con ops have to diverge because I don't have segmented SRBs, dude. If I had a segmented SRB, I'd do it exactly like they did. Can you pick up the boosters and external tank, place it on a breakover, lift vertical, and place it on the MLP individually? No, I'm not doing a flyback ET make, no. Expendable external tank. I'm thinking. Yeah, like I said, if stack integration is the big one that's going to cause us a little bit of issues here. So let's just pause that for a second. Let's run down the list. So the shuttle lands, right? I have equipment that I've built in other saves that we could use to recover the shuttle. I could probably build them better nowadays. But the first and foremost, something that I do have is the ladder truck. Kerbals need to be able to ingress out of the vehicle. The ladder truck, we know that works. That works just fine. Could we do a detail pass and make that a lot cooler? Yeah, the stair trucks. Done. We know that that works. Easy peasy. I almost kind of want to make this articulatable. We could probably do it with robotics, but whatever. I know that that one works. What else do we have? Let's see. What's block 1 empty? I don't know what that means. Empty payload bay. Okay. I don't like the hack refueling SRBs. Why? You asked Grok if Starship fully replaces Shuttle. It said yes because the payload is bigger. It's crazy how much payload Starship can carry. I think layman's people like me are not really comprehending this until I asked. Bob, yeah. Starship is... Dude, okay. If there was a Starship here, like, say I put Starship Block 3, like I put Ship 39 into Kerbal and put it right next to this shuttle stack, it'd be as big as the external tank. Actually bigger. Yeah. See the ET? That's how big Starship is. Think about it. An external tank-sized shuttle is pretty insane. You have significantly more payload capacity. Can you pick up the boosters, place it on breakover, and lift vertical and place it on MLP individually? Drew, I may have misunderstood what you're saying. Yeah, that is how they did it. They bring them in individual segments on trucks, right? And they lift up the SRB segments and they stack them individually. And then they hang the external tank. But they do use, they're not breakovers, they use 2 cranes. They use 2 gantry cranes to make it happen. In this particular case, they would use this crane for the breakover, and then the crane in Vandenberg, the crane in the MST, the mobile service tower, that square building, to rotate. I have a picture of that somewhere in here. Well, there's them with the space shuttle and the space shuttle's bracket. That's the breakover bracket. They used breakover brackets instead of breakover devices. The Kometo, the shuttle transporter, I do have that. I built one of those. We can use that. Ish. If Starship were fully operational, would you prefer the shuttle or Starship? I don't know. I'd say shuttle at this moment in time because I don't know what a fully operational Starship looks like. Unless you can operate 2 cranes, you need the breakover. So all you really need is 1 big boy crane. I can operate 2 cranes at once. If it's part of the same vehicle, yeah, we can operate 2 at once. That's not a big deal. Yeah, Angry Butcher, they do. They have the HLS mock-up. They haven't showed us what's inside of that, though. We've only seen bits and pieces. So, guys, the other thing that we could do is if we fish out a SRB, we can take the SRB, reinstall its nose cone, right? I mean, did I work on the integration mechanism for this thing? Ooh. Thrust curve controller. All right, yeah, we don't want to lose that. That's important. And that is bound on the... See, I bound that on the thrust limiter. So, yeah, we could reuse these as long as we play the controller. And that would mean we'd have to arm a firing chain during integration, which is just like the real one. That's pretty cool. I did not put the nose cone on a docking port. It's on a decoupler. That's going to make things complicated. Now, in real life, guys, the nose cones on the SRBs pop off and the parachutes are behind them, and that is how I made this, right? But it looks like I may have abstracted this abstracted the SRB reuse because this is yeah, that's not reusable. It has a decoupler. It's a decouple mechanism for the nose cone. And then the drogue chute is still built into the cone, how it should be. But even if I fish the nose cone out with the SRB segment, there's no way to reattach it. Could you make a crawler transporter? I could, but I'm not going to. I've thought about doing this in the past, and this is why this is the one that got away, dudes, because this is building that, no. No, I'm not building a mobile launcher. No, and the crawler transporter? No. No. I think the better way to do it is Vandenberg, the way Vandenberg does it. So, just for the uninitiated, quick synopsis here. In the early 80s, the Air Force built an entire shuttle launch complex out in California at Vandenberg, what's now Vandenberg Space Force Base at Space Launch Complex 6. It was a former Titan launch pad for the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory program. The Air Force pulled out of the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory program in the late 60s because the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, okay? So, this was abandoned into the late 70s when the Air Force, wanting to utilize the shuttle for Department of Defense applications, needed their own launch site separated from NASA. Okay, so they rebuilt the old Titan launch complex into a shuttle launch complex. Now, this shuttle launch complex is very different than Complex 39. The main reason is they did not transport the stack on a mobile launcher. They didn't transport the stack on an ML or mobile launcher platform. The shuttle stack was built directly on the pad in the Air Force's design. Instead of like, the only reason why the shuttle at 39 utilized the mobile launcher platforms is because they had them for the Saturn V. The Air Force didn't do that. They didn't have to worry about that because they were scratch building a shuttle pad. So this is, I would say that this is the only purpose-built shuttle pad. It's a pad that was built for the shuttle, not a pad that existed and the shuttle was retrofitted to. And in that, you created a very interesting design. The design, like I said, involved them basically stacking the shuttle right on the launch pad. And then all the integration buildings could move. Instead of having a fixed integration building like the vehicle assembly building and then moving the pad, they had a fixed pad and moving assembly buildings. Why did they do that? Once again, the shuttle never utilized all of the space that the VAB had to offer. The VAB was purpose-built to build Saturn V. Saturn Vs are like 3 times the height of this thing. So, you didn't need to... You could make a much smaller integration building if you were scratch building the design. And because of this, right, the Air Force opted to have moving assembly buildings instead of moving launch pads. Where's better Slick 6 footage here? There we go. Actually, the diagram for Slick 6 is probably what we want here. It's in here somewhere. Where the heck is it? Isn't SpaceX demolishing Slick 6? Yes, they're retooling it for Falcon Heavy. Where the heck is it? These are all pictures from Slick 6. Yeah, we found a repository on the internet on a French website of all these really awesome pictures of them building it. K20. Nice caddy. Nice van. Nice Ferd. C10 over there. Nice cars. Just saying. Where the heck? I have a picture of an overview of the entire... Oh, there it is. I got it. So check this out. So how this all worked is they had the mobile service tower, shuttle assembly building. They could roll back and forth. They could come together, and you build the stack inside of there. Then you have a payload changeout room that can actually go through the SAB, right? It's on rails, and it slides through it, and it can attach payloads and vertically integrate payloads into the shuttle. Now, I don't know if we're going to build a PCR. I don't think we need to, but you never know. Can we modify the Freedom 7 tower? Yes, Moist. That's probably where we should start. Do you actually launch rockets in this game or just talk about it? Yeah, if you watched me play Kerbal yesterday, I launched like 5 or 6 of them, actually. This project that I'm doing is a little more involved and requires a lot of explanation, and more importantly, requires a lot of thinking as to how we're going to solve this problem. Yeah, watch the VOD from yesterday if you want to see more launches. I did a ton of launches yesterday, actually. I even tried to land some of the boosters. It blew up, but whatever. We landed on the moon and came back. That was cool. Something like that, Jonas, yeah. Why is your tank white and not orange? There's no stock orange fairing skin. So firstly, you need a pad. Start there with tinkering the lifting mechanism. How did you add the decals? They're flags, God Ninja. Flags. I have a flag pack. Actually, if you type in !point flags, you can get this flag pack and you can make letters. And you can put, like, text on stuff. Makes it cool, alright? Huh. And they're physics-less parts, so they don't really affect performance too much. Alright, Drew. Alright, so if we're going to do testing, I'd say Moist, you're probably right. Let's go get the Freedom 7 pad, or the Freedom 7 crane, and we can start screwing around with that. So that's in the mission mode 2 save. Falcon Heavy is not retired, Alexis. No. LV3 stage recovery vehicle, LV3 pad 1A. There it is. Has Max seen the VOD from yesterday? No, and I forgot to tell him about it. So this is a gantry crane. It's what's called a bridge crane in rocket integration. This can essentially serve the function of the mobile servicing tower, the MST. It's that. That's what it is. This particular one is it's not the mobile service tower from the shuttle. It's actually that. It's the mobile service tower and bridge crane from Complex 34. Yeah. I built that, and it does exactly the same thing. It's got a crane attached to it, so you can pick stuff up. Now I'm just thinking about how we're going to modify this to make it work. Sorry, but the flags do create drag. I tried covering the bottom of a shuttle with flags and it flew horribly. They'll create drag if you make them into a panel, Timbite. They do not create drag if it's just a flag, the flat flag piece. Yeah, no, that's not correct. This thing is physics-less. It won't do anything. If you take this and you set it to white panel, like that, that is not a physics-less part. It will create drag if you do that. Yeah. Yeah, more you know. So if you set them to flat, they won't do anything, dude. Yeah, it'll just be physics-less. It might screw with your graphics performance a little bit. Your mileage may vary depending on your graphics card. Now, what else? What else could we have here? How many parts is this thing? It's only 249 parts. It's not a lot. So in case people don't know what this does, all right, I'll bring it out and I'll show you. Actually, you know what? It'd be better to put it out on the pad. We'll basically, I'll show you guys past mission mode infrastructure, and we'll go from there. I'm going to put Freedom 7's launch pad out. Back in the day, guys, I used to build everything. So this isn't the first time I've done stuff like this. So if you don't know me, there was a time where I did my Mission Mode 2 rule set. MM2 is a rule set. It's not necessarily like the second mission mode save I've ever done. The rule set is you have to integrate your own rockets. You can't just go hit the launch button. You have to fuel it. You have to reintegrate it. You have to put the thing together. Just like what Apollo did back in the day. That's why I built Complex 34's integration tower, or integration structure, because that's what NASA was doing back in the day. They just lifted the damn thing up and put it on the pad. Just like that. So, I decided I wanted to play by that rule set because I think that rule set is cool and it's fun and it was different. It's a different thing to do. Nobody else is doing stuff like this. So, let's go pad 1A crane. Okay, that's in the right position. Save. Because I never utilized the actual launch pad in KSP, with my mission mode saves. I built my pads off to the side. Think about how Starship's Complex 39 pad is like just off to the side of 39A's like proper pad. Floor RSS or Riot? No. I don't want to play RSS. Stop asking. Okay, there's the launch complex. Rotating service structure. Payload changeout room is much better design. The PCR from this it would be way easier to do than a rotating service structure. And since I'm not doing Complex 39, I don't need a rotating service structure. If we're going to build an integration mechanism specifically for payloads, yes, it's going to be the PCR. And let's be real, you didn't mean that. That's not what you meant. Don't lie. M2 also became extremely tedious, repetitive, and boring when... Well, the Freedom Rocket, with the Freedom Rocket's Deadbringer, it was really good. I would argue that going down that SSTO path is what killed that idea. And honestly, if I did it again nowadays, I would honestly I would have just kept going with the Dart program. I wouldn't have bothered. The decision to refactor was dumb. That was a stupid thing to do on my part. And that taught me a really valuable lesson. Don't do that. So this moves on tracks, the crane, into the integration position. See how strong Jeb is? Look. Now the good part is that I don't think we're going to need a crane that tall. We don't need a crane that tall for the space shuttle. Just like Vandenberg, we don't need to make super tall integration buildings. When SCRV attempt 2. I don't know. He's the strongest Kerbal around. Kerbals are really strong, Punsister. Yeah. Now, I don't know. It would have been smart for past me to put some type of stopper mechanism in this thing. So check this out. The crane works like this. You have two hydraulic rams that can push this trolley along these fairings here. The fairings are acting like rails, and these structural fuselages are acting like a track mechanism. Do NASA workers in real life also push their gantries? Maybe at your mom's house, but no. No, it's usually hydraulic or automated. So check this out. I have a telescoping hydraulic here that's going to act like a cable. And what you can do with this is you can use it to pick stuff up. How much could this thing lift? Well, that's the real question now, isn't it? This thing suffers from the drift. We could probably weed it out, Hillness, with some same vessel interaction and a stowage, at a hybrid tech stowage mechanism could probably fix it, dude. Also, we need a block. We need a huge counterweight down here at the bottom of this so it doesn't do that. Do you think you use your hinge part in this project? Probably, Pigzig. I was thinking have those be the SRB hold downs. Yeah, they're really strong and they won't break with an SRB blasting in their face. So in terms of like custom parts, I think that would be a good idea. All right, so let's start from scratch here. So here's what we do. We get an SRB. We get a Clydesdale. Put a docking port on one end. See if this thing can lift it. I highly doubt that it will. But we're not going to know until we do it, right? We're not going to know. So we got to find out. Bridge crane is such a cool machine. The use of SRBs as building materials, genius. That was DOS's idea, Rarest. Yeah, DOS was the one who came up with the idea of using SRBs as a structural conduit. And that's why, to this day, we still call them DOS conduits. True story. All right, so let's build a new craft file here. This is SRB. Let's DTS5 RSRM test transport. This file it was used for SRB transport Pathfinder tech modified 3/18/26. Save. So we have our solid rocket booster, and then we're gonna need to move this thing. For just funsies, we'll just put a small docking port up at the top because that's what the crane uses. Wait, Das was a KSP streamer? Nader. Yes. That is amazing that people ask that question. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm not saying like that's a weird question to ask. You didn't know. You weren't here. Yeah, dude. That's how Das and I got involved with this whole spaceflight thing, dude. We were both Twitch streamers and we both played Kerbal every night. Yeah. Das and I would tag team KSP Twitch streaming. Like I would stream like in the afternoons, he would stream later into the night, and we would just go back and forth. Like he would raid me, I'd raid him, and we became friends. From about 2015 to about 2019, dude, we'd stream Kerbal for like 6 to 8 hours a day, teaching people how to play and doing cool stuff in KSP. Das runs NASA spaceflight nowadays at some reason. I literally talked to him like yesterday. Yeah, dude. Das is a pretty damn good Twitch streamer. He's a pretty damn good Kerbal player, too. He's probably way out of practice at this point, but yeah. He is a good Twitch streamer, dude. Better than me. Straight up. Not even kidding. He'd be like, no, come on. Like, dude, he's a damn good STEM educator. Like, I'm bummed I never checked out Twitch side of KSP during the golden age. It was fun, dude. It's fun times. I try to keep it going with projects like this, dude. You know, Pigzig, I'm at a point where I'm at peace with just playing KSP1 and, you know, we go from there. All right, so let me think about this. Does he still stream? No, he's running NASA spaceflight. It's very rare that he'll do a Twitch stream. He does miss it, though. I can confirm that. I talked to him about that the other day. Now, so there's two avenues that we can explore here. We can explore a breakover device, in which case we'd move the SRB like this, and then we'd use the crane to pick it up and place it. Could do that. Or we could do what NASA does and just move it like this. But moving it like that is something, A, they never did. They would move it in segments vertically. He dusted off the old KSP-1 for a Starliner NSF video semi-recently. Did he use my Starliner, Joe? Huh. I was wondering I wonder if he used the Starliner that I made. I did give him that craft file. Interesting. Okay. So, where do we start? Do we start moving the SRB fueled or unfueled? Let's, don't DOS light me. Yeah, exactly. Let me think about this. Do I have a transport vehicle that can move this damn thing? All right. Well, let's go over here. This is K200. So here's what we do. Take this and we go up there like that. Right? Then If you use a breakover, you could start pathfinding on how you're going to break over the shuttle. I think horizontal transportation, Resi, at least initially, is probably a good idea. A200 trailer. What's this about? It's an old trailer design. Okay. We'll lift this. I don't know what I was doing with this trailer. It looks like ISRU stuff, but I just need a trailer. Oh God, get this. What are you, past DJ? You crazy? Now, I'm going to go ahead and guess that that thing probably can't hold up 140 tons of anything. I'm pretty sure our tongue weight's going to be a little bit on the higher side there. So, SpaceX has a post about static fire from a few hours ago. Yeah, we saw it, dude. Yeah, pretty cool. Buy my hinge parts. Oh, we have money in this save. We have money in this save? Interesting. Oh. Okay, that's not going to work. Build SPMTs. There's no unsprung wheels in KSP, Nader. It'd be hard to do that. K200 LV5 test trailer. Oh. Yeah, no, that's not what we want. That's cool, though. I did, in my mission mode save, because you had to build all your GSE and you had to build all your vehicles, I have a whole slew of, like, trucks that do different things. Anything from carrying a pallet with a recovery vessel on it that you can, with a recovery boat, so you have a little rigid inflatable here that we made out of ore tanks and stuff, to, yeah, pallet fuel transfer, recovery, search and rescue. Yeah, that's the reason why I like building VTOLs too in KSP. It makes it really easy to go and get stuff. I even have science pallets, and the trucks can just hitch these trailers. The truck actually has an arm on it, and it can pull it up and sling it over onto the back of the vehicle like a backpack. This was for grinding out science. This is my, yeah, science trailer. Yeah, Fluffy, for sure. I'm good, Flykin. How are you? Trailer hauler? Dude, that trailer wouldn't be too bad if, but we would need a fifth, sixth, and seventh wheel to do this right. I would prefer to go and find one of my old booster integration vehicles that's designed to interface with the pad correctly. K200s are not designed to do that. So we have to go back up here. Particularly, we have to find LV3. LV2 is Freedom 7. LV3 is Freedom 10. We would need... That's the fueling truck. Stage recovery vehicle, perhaps? That'll pick it up, but that's not exactly what I want. That's designed to drive over a stage that's horizontal and pick it up in the air. There's the fueling truck, LV3, proto tanker, prototype 4, second stage, smart truck. We'll use this. This will be fine. We can make this work. This has the guide systems. We need current save. RSRM test transport. Okay. /18/26. Okay. Overwrite it. All right, so this should be able to work for a breakover device. It should, yeah, should be long enough. I can get rid of the tow bar piece. We don't need that. And we can get rid of that too. Okay. So what I'm going to do is make sure that the SRM is attached to a docking port, so at least initially I can separate it. There we go. Set these to local. This is a guide rod that we were using. Move that to there. Move that to there. That's going to need same vehicle interaction. The SRB is going to need same vehicle interaction. And this should be able to pivot the whole thing. It's a breakover truck. Should work. Either that or this vehicle's about to get squashed under 140 tons of SRB, which, guys, I have a feeling that that's probably what's going to happen. But, you know... We'll just, once again, we don't put stuff out on the launch pad. We could just move it. No. No. Move the whole thing just over there. And, you know, we'll... Darwin, you wanna try this? I don't know if I have reverts enabled on this save. probably don't. Nice. Yeah, get away from that. And we don't have reverts on this save. Okay. Yeah, we probably shouldn't use this save for this. Like I said, that truck is going to get crushed under 140 tons of SRB. Unless your boy put a probe core on it. Maybe I did. I don't know. Hey, Lava. I'm going to go ahead and say that those wheels can't handle that heavy of an SRB. Yep. Yep. Okay, so for most testing down the road, we'll just use probe cores. And then I already screwed up the continuity of this save, so I'm just going to cheat a couple $1 million into the save and we'll call it a day. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid, man. I see we're back to pad building. I unfortunately don't know enough about KSP to begin understanding the things you're doing. We're testing what SRB integration is going to look like. Lava, I'm trying to build the shuttle stack. The one that got away, dude. I never could get the full shuttle stack working. Like, I never got the whole thing to do exactly what I wanted. Red, thanks for the raid, though, bud. Appreciate it. How you been? And yeah, where the Kerbal is, I'm just going to put a probe core. I mean, presumably the booster center of mass is right there, so yeah. The reason why I'm using this skinny vehicle is because this is what you need for integration with this design. You know what? Just dump that. This whole freaking thing's gonna have to be wheels. This is what works with the existing pad infrastructure. And that's where we're going to have to start. We're going to have to start with other existing integration equipment from mission mode that I know works. All right, let's see if that's enough. I'm reusing the CTS-5 stack. Well, not reusing. I wanted to. Yeah. The CTS-5 stack is what we're using, dude. It was just tired. It needed a nap. Yeah. I'll just let people know for the uninitiated. You see, if you start to see parts jostling around like that, that's Kerbal's way of telling you that it doesn't like it. Kerbal doesn't have any crushing physics, dudes. And because it doesn't have any crushing physics, the game doesn't know what to do if a part is proverbially getting squashed, so it'll just freak out until it explodes. Red, you hanging in there? How you been? How goes the Factorio fight? Factorio's fun. I got what I needed to off Volcanus and kind of ready to go to the next place. I don't know if it's Gleba or Furlow or whatever the hell the other planets' names are. Rochi, you're still playing Kerbal. I've not been on Twitch years. Fire it up again, you're still here smashing it. I took a break from Kerbal in 2023, Roshi. I've just got back into it myself. Like, well, kind of. But yeah, dude. Yep, still here. Still here, still doing my thing. Now, you know what I'm going to do for this test? I'm going to unfuel the SRB. Just because I want to see what this kind of does here. How do you plan on reusing these stages separator motors? Do they have their own cals? Yes. Yeah, I have a cal controller sequence for the SRBs and everything, so. DeWolfer, redoing my mods to restart was a chore. Yeah, but once you get it up and running, man, it's fun. You kind of get back into the rhythm. Well, it seems to have no problem now. Keep in mind, this thing is empty. So let's drive this over to the pad and let's see. Once again, I'm using everything remote control because, using everything remote control because don't want to kill a Kerbal. Is there any more news on whether SpaceX is going public or not? That seems to be what they want to do. No more new news. Turns out having all these wheels powered is making this very unhappy. If you light the SRB, you'll go faster. But I took all the fuel out. Nice ride. Oh, thank you. Flykin, if I'm going to be 100% honest with you, I hate the idea that rocket companies are publicly traded. I don't like that at all. I think that, I mean, it seemed like a good idea for a while, but it very much seems like a very quick way to enshitify your rocket company. That's not a curse, it's an actual word. So, I don't know. I have thoughts, but whatever. It is what it is. It's in the dictionary, knick-knack. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, I'm just like, all right, sure. In that word in Shitify means to have a degraded service over time, meaning that entropy sets in, and you end up paying more for a crappier product. It happens in software all the time. See, I have, this is why the vehicle needs to be so skinny. I have tracks to make it fit. That should be enough for the bridge crane to get at it. All right, so yeah, it doesn't really like this. Yeah, this is why I don't like using sprung wheels, but oh, it's that I didn't shut off that hydraulic. Okay, I see what I did there. Yeah, we tempted the crack in there. This is why I wanted to just mess with this way, because I had to remember how to do it. Oh, well, that thing's stuck there, so that's good. Isn't this gantry made for Dart? No, it's made for Freedom, the Freedom rockets. Which Dart eventually was a part of, dude. Any particular reason why the SRB just wants to dance, or? It's happy, yeah. Okay, so you can move an empty. You can move an empty one, and you can place it relatively precisely. That thing is just sitting on my launch mount. The launch mount is not designed to integrate to this. That thing, gravity is holding that thing in place. But I'd say that's pretty damn accurate. If we had some guide pins like the real ones, so the real SRBs have pins here. Like on the shuttle, they had pins and an explosive bolt. But on SLS, it's just a pin with a captive bolt. The reason why it's captive and not an explosive bolt on SLS is because they undo it before they go to launch it. The shuttle needed a hold down point for when the whole shuttle rocked back and forth on the pad when the engine's fired, and then they let it go. We could use some guide pins, and we could hold it up that way. That's totally doable. What I really want to test here is what happens when we recover the vehicle, right? What happens when you recover the vehicle and then go back to the scene. So right now, that solid is just sitting. Gravity's just sitting on the pad. It's just, which is something, to be honest, at any point in integration, I would never leave the scene when something was like that, because usually what happens when you come back is that it blows up. Let's see what happens. Plot twist, he's stacking the Ares 1 first stage. Not bad. It just tipped it over a little bit. That's not bad considering that had no guide mechanism. That's pretty good, dude. Yeah. Okay. I saw what I wanted to see with that test. Cool. All right. Now where do we go? Next reload, it'll fall on the ground. Yeah, SN9 moment. Yeah. Right? Yeah, the Kraken strikes. Like, yeah. Okay. Next. The next test would be to, okay, so the RSRM vehicle, that does not need to be motorized. We gotta make sure we demotorize that thing. We did move it empty. It did stretch the crane. Guys, for ConOps, for Shuttle, for SRB integration, I'm gonna go ahead and say move the SRBs empty. Move them empty. And, fuel them on the pad with the hacked cal controller would probably be better here. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Treat them like a liquid booster. I don't want to, but yes. Okay, so if only we had segmented SRBs, it'd be doable. Yeah. So we're probably going to need to test this vehicle again. But I'd need to modify my launch mount. Or at the very least, modify the SRB. I'm thinking about... So, alright, I gotta take a piss. I'm thinking about how we're gonna put the SRBs on the pad. Just give me one second. That was weird. So Bria's taking the dog for a walk in the backyard, right? And I went to the back of my shed, back of the shop, which is in the woods, take a piss, right? And Bree and Titan were out, going for getting the dog outside. And I was going to the bathroom, and Titan walked over to me and peed right next to me. Like, he's like, "Oh, you're peeing here? So yeah, all right, I'll do that too." So it was, I don't know why I'm telling you this. I just thought I thought it was funny. Maybe you do. He came up, he's like, I'm gonna pee just like Dad." Yeah, I'm like, okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, that was, I don't know. Should I be like happy about this, or? Did you also lift your leg? No, I didn't do that. Titan doesn't do the one leg out thing. He kind of just leans forward and he's like, "Yep." Yep. I know, Electron. It's going to be hilarious. Well, we'll hope we get to that point. All right, so, couple of things. We're going to need to modify the gantry crane. So I think that would probably be the next thing that we want to do. Yeah, Vec, that was very strange. But, All right, we got to modify this crane. So I think a good thing to do, like, okay, so the SRB you could stack that thing. I think we proved in our concept of operations with our testing that it would be better to fuel the SRB on the pad. It's just going to be easier doing that way. It's going to be a little hacky, but whatever. I think that is a good trade-off considering I can't move the SRBs in segments. I think that's a good trade. That's a good swap for gameplay to realism there. I'm willing to abstract that a little bit to make that work. With that being said, two things. Now, I think I'm going to make a modified version of this bridge crane to work like that, the mobile service tower. The mobile service tower from Slick 6. We got to modify it to fit a shuttle stack. We need to do that. Ignore the guy with the M16A1. We have to make it hug the shuttle stack like that. And a very, very crudely implemented shuttle interface would probably be a good idea. Now, with the shuttle interface, guys, there's only 8 attachment points on the shuttle. And I know people are going to be like, 8? 8, Bob? 8. I have a diagram of this mount. The only thing that's really touching the launch mount is the solid rocket boosters. That's it. The SRMs. The solids have 4 hold downs. Like I said, there's a explosive bolt and a rod and an explosive bolt on each 4 hold down, and that's it. That's the launch mount for Vandenberg. I'm not sure if this is like an engineering drawing or what the particular application of this was, but yeah, that's it right there. Now, I have tried to make this in the past. I have made this, and it was cool, and it looked awesome, but it was way too many parts, and it was just for show. Yeah, Rare's pretty funny, right? No, stationary fixed mount, King. We have to keep this simple. For now. Yeah, that's the only part of the shuttle that's like holding it to the pad. It's the 2 SRBs. And the shuttle just has the fuel umbilicals attached to it. The fuel umbilicals aren't structural. They're a fuel line. And that's it. So those things are tail service mast umbilicals. These are tail service mast umbilicals, TSMUs for short. SLS has those, only instead of like this, how they were for the shuttle, they're facing that way towards the core stage. Whole thing is held up by the SRBs. Yes. I could do that, Pogo. We could model this, but I don't want to do that. I would like to, I'm not against pulling out all the stops to do this, but I would like to see if there is a in-house solution before, you know, we go and do something crazy like that. So I think the next thing to do would be to prove out and make sure that I can do that SRB refueling that I'm talking about. I'm fairly confident we can get away with it. ConOps, concept of operations. What's the reason for the big beam above? That's the reason for the big beam above the LH2 tank, right? Yes. Yeah, the inter-tank Lava Eagle in the Shuttle and SLS's design is your primary load path for the SRBs. Yes. The inter-tank isn't so much... the inter-tank is in SLS in the Shuttle's design. In SLS, it's pushing the LOX tank up. And it's pulling the hydrogen tank on the Shuttle. Yeah, it's pulling the hydrogen tank and the space shuttle up in the air. Yeah. You know, that's offset from the 3 main engines on the Shuttle and the 4 main engines on SLS from the MPS on the SLS core stage. Those are a lot of acronyms. But, yeah. Yeah, that's the idea, dude. My external tank is designed to mimic that load path. It's just the question is, can we put the stupid thing together? Let me see here. CTS-5 booster test stand. All right. I did this to see if these things could be refueled with a hacked Cal controller. I will show you how that all works here now. Keeping the PC on the QT to avoid the KP. Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, and we're going to scrap the P71 in favor of the P23. I think we should scrap P71. P23 is better. Are these base KSP parts or are they modded? Most of them are... Every part that you've seen me testing with Butcher is a KSP part. All right, so... we have 2 Clydesdales here, right? Okay, thrust curve plot. Final curve backup. There's the SRB, programmed SRB thrust curve. Okay. This isn't the right craft file. P-38 is clearly superior. Flamian, not down, no pointy in. 2 out of 10. Yeah, Tim would be disappointed, wouldn't he? Could you do a fully reusable shuttle like planned with GSC? That would be the idea here, Kai. I've attempted to do it in the past and I have failed. What about plasma rifle in the 40-watt range? What are you talking about, buddy? Uzi 9mm. Phased plasma rifle 40 watt range. All right, so this is what I used for the programmable thrust curves. For the people that don't know, my SRBs do throttle down with my shuttle stack. They throttle down during max Q. What we have is a Cal controller bound. I have a Cal controller bound to the thrust limiter on the SRB. And these control curves show a regressive over time thrust curve. There's the throttle down, right? and then throttle back up, and then thrust tail off. And then there's your separation. This makes it so it works much more like the Space Shuttle's SRBs in real life. That's what they do. They use SRB grain, and the way they physically pack the grain inside of the segments denotes your combustion chamber geometry, and thus combustion chamber surface area. And from combustion chamber surface area and geometry, you can derive mass flow rate and combustion chamber pressure to get varying amounts of thrust, to get thrust modulation. If that was big words, the SRB throttles with a cow controller over time to make the shuttle fly straight. The real ones do that, but they're not programmed. Their programming is quote unquote hard coded in the way that they actually physically put the fuel inside of the SRB. All right, so cow controller, right? So what I want to test here is we'll test our program controls, right? And then we will see if we can, we'll call it SRB refurb. Right. Is there a diagram of all the different geometries? Why, yes, there is. Mm-hmm. All right, so first thing we're going to do is activate the program controller, which should be
Discovery, go at throttle up.
all right. World first milestones. We have started constructing the first outpost on Curve Bin. Yeah, that's good. All right, ready? Boop. All right. Okay, there's the throttle down for max Q. I would usually throttle the shuttle engines down at 30. All right, you're in the throttle bucket. I throttle the shuttle engines back up here at 63. There we go. Go at throttle up. Nice, Nader. All right, man. I'll talk to you later. Thrust tail off and SRB standing by for separation. Separation should be at... It's 150 on the shuttle ascent. 1 minute 50 seconds, so that would be 110 seconds. So 10 seconds till separation. Thrust tail off. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, disable this controller, reset it. Reset its position. Now, the booster is already activated. We already activated it. So So we don't need to worry about that. Now let's go here to the SRB refurbishment, right? What I'm going to do is in action groups. So say this SRB, we put this out on the pad. It's sitting there. We're about to hang the external tank from it or something. And we need to, refill it. We need to fill it up. So I'm going to take this solid rocket booster. We are going to take the thrust limiter. Take the thrust limiter, and here's the thing. Here's what we do. We take the thrust limiter and we set it to a value that's well into the negative thrust. See how it goes off the page there? Now, this is not something that happens in real life. This is something that you do in Kerbal because, yeah, this is the way to refuel it. All right, so now if we play that controller, what's happening on the spacewalk today? So Jessica Meir and Chris Williams are installing a rollout solar array, added solar array, so the ISS can generate more power so they can do more science. Lex, that's what they were doing this morning. I do believe they're still out there. Hold on, let me check. Oh, they're back in the airlock. Yeah, Jess and Chris are back in the airlock. That's good. Okay, so SRB refurb, we set that to the zeroed position, shut that off. All right, so she's fully fueled again, right? Now, enable the thrust curve controller, right? Reopen the Cal controller editor so we can see. Okay, SRB firing chain is armed. 3, 2, 1, boosters in ignition. Oh, yeah. Oh, that works. Oh, that very much works. Oh, we can reuse these. We can reuse our SRBs. Sure, no problem. How about that, huh? Oh, we can reuse those. Okay, into the throttle bucket.
Discovery, go at
Alpha's there at 66-month resub. 154 is halfway. Yeah, we can reuse these. You could refuel them in space, yeah. Well, that's a huge thing. I mean, this isn't anything that I didn't know. I know we can do. Uh-oh. Can't shut it off. Just like, yeah, I can't shut it off. Whatever happens, happens. It's an SRB. You really can't shut that off. I mean, actually, maybe I could if I disabled that cal, stopped play, and we re-enabled the thrust. Nope, that's not the right one. That's going to make it worse. Re-enable that, and whoop. Dorthrop, write that down. Write that down. Does this mean boats? Potentially, yeah. Okay, I mean, we wouldn't be that quick between firing, so I don't think we necessarily need to worry about that. But you can absolutely rearm these things. Yeah, that can be done. Sick. Wait, one could use this as a ballast tank then. Yeah, Animal, if you... Dude, if you put ore tanks on a boat or a ship in this game, and you reverse the... Oh, no, you can't reverse the cal controller to generate ore. You could only do it with an SRB. Yeah, you could use them as a ballast tank, similar to like flooding a water tank to keep it on an even keel. That's absolutely a thing. All right, so we proved that this could work. 2 opposing SRBs. Yeah, dude, I thought about it. You're right. I was gonna say you could do it with ore tanks too, but can't do it with ore tanks. Why does it stay hot? Well, it's because it just fired. It's not gonna just immediately dump all the heat. It'll convect it off eventually. Negative thrust is real. I remember when a certain turbofan simulation software told me that my bypass duct had negative thrust and it did not care. All right, so we've validated that we can pick up an empty SRB. We've also validated that we can refuel these things. Refueling them opens up the pathway to reuse. Okay? Now, we're going to need to modify the actual shuttle's RSRMs, reusable solid rocket motors, to be more reusable, but it's doable. We can do it. Okay, the next test. So what do we want to do next, guys? I'm thinking. Set at 150. Sick. What science do spacewalks do, and why are they improving on Earth? This was a maintenance spacewalk, BP, to install new solar panels on the ISS so they could generate more power up there. They installed better solar panels called rollout solar arrays on the space station so they can generate more power. Generating more power means you can run more computers to do more science. It doesn't necessarily benefit us down here, but it's by proxy. The science that they do on the ISS will benefit us. That means you can crane the SRBs while empty. I know. That's what I just said, dude. Yeah, just said that. So, now... the real question now is how far do we go with this? I think so. I'm kind of taking this as it comes, right? All right, so we know we can move these things empty. That's super useful. Okay, we can move them empty and we can fuel them on the pad. Great, good. We know that happens. Fantastic. The next step would be to design an interfacing mechanism so they can sit on a pad. The reason why And that would mean designing a crane that's designed that we could use to build a shuttle stack. I will make it based off of my already existing gantry crane design because we know that this works. This works really well, actually. Could you use the holes? Those holes, Kai, that they modeled are not glidable, unfortunately. We're gonna have to make our own. I have a modded part that I made for KSP that's a ring and clevis for a hinge. And I'm thinking we could use that for a ground side and have pieces on the SRBs that fit in that pilot dowel. And that's the interfacing mechanism that I have to make right now. We could either test the interfacing mechanism first, guys, make sure that works. By modifying the LV3 pad from a previous mission, from a previous save. Or we could build the gantry crane. I think the interfacing mechanism is probably better. We should probably do that before we do the crane. Make Ares 1 to test it. Oh, yeah? I would like to note that if we do end up making the shuttle architecture work, we could probably... It probably means we could make that work, too. Just for what it's worth, dudes. Something like that, Joe, yes. One of my professors once said, the only natural disaster that humanity can potentially prevent is an asteroid impact. I'd say that that's enough of a reason. That's a good point.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's actually a really good way to say that, dude. That's one of the only things we could actually stop. All right, the interfacing mechanism. Let's load up. We need to go into mission mode 2. I need the LV3 pad revision 9. That's the one we were testing with before. STS-5. SRM testing. Updated 3/18/26. This is a modified Freedom 10 pad for CTS-5 SRB integration testing. Save. Okay, let's modify this. So that's the old interface mount for my Freedom rockets. That works. It's pretty good, but I think we can do better. Let's get a Clydesdale in here. So that's kind of how we put that. We ended up putting that thing on there. Okay, so we're gonna have to move the docking port. I have to attach it to the skirt, which is fine because there actually, not a lot of people know, there actually is an umbilical here on the real design. The real SRBs do have an umbilical. It's an SRB nitrogen purging umbilical. They keep the skirt of the SRB between the housing, this aft skirt piece, which has the hold down points and all the gimbal the thrust vector control architecture. It's purged out with nitrogen. Not a lot of people know that. So having an umbilical, there is an umbilical on the real Space Shuttle and SLS SRBs right there. That's absolutely a thing. Okay, but we also need our hold down points. So here is what I want to do. Take the whole pad and in 3D space, rotate this like that. Now, take my outer interface ring, and this is where my old clevises come into play here. So what we can do is I can use these hinge clevis pieces and we can raise them up out. Right? Kai, check this out. (4x) symmetry is not going to work. The SRM attachment points are not in 4x symmetry. They won't line up. They're all just a smidge off. So RCS balls are a perfectly spherical collider. They're great for making what's called a pilot bearing. And if we set that to same vessel interaction, we set the SRB itself to same vessel interaction, and then we hit action group 1 here, and we enable the RCS balls for same vessel interaction. That should get us what we want. So now what we do is we take these pieces, we'll rotate the pad back into position. Are we making a frangible nut? Not really. The docking port is your release mechanism in this design. We're gonna have to, that's just placeholder for now though. I gotta think about a different way of doing it. That's not, I mean, well, it could work, it's possible. Hi, Moon. How are you? Now Shuttle with an Ares booster. Launch 3 at once. Gonna need that. ETS-5 LV3 SRM pad testing. All right, now what we got to do is I got to take that SRB that we have here, and I got to put that exact thing. Now that I know that lines up, I got to put it on the truck. That SRB fueling truck thing that we just had. So let's go back over here. RSRM test transport. Let's load that up. Get rid of this. Right? We don't need that. That was the old design. Load up a new craft. Don't save. CTS-5 SRM testing. And then we take the booster. We set the booster's default or part to this. And then we attach, right? Or the game could just delete it. You know, that works too. Yeah, screw it. Yeah, fine. Yeah, no, that's great. Love that. Off topic, did you see that ESAR launch moved to Monday? Yes. Themed it. That is a very strange way to do a breakover device, but why is that root? Steak. Some of the ways I did this were just very strange, dudes. Okay, like straight up, this piece needs to be on here. It needs to be on the actual hinge. Or else, how the heck does this whole thing, how the heck is that whole thing supposed to move? You know what? These are placeholder vehicles. I'm not even going to bother trying to make them look nice. Let's just make them work. And also, why did I use a different mounting mechanism back here? Just copy this and put it back here. SDJ was so silly. Okay, make sure this thing doesn't have any fuel in it. There we go. Okay, that vehicle is ready to roll. All right, now what we need to do is go over... go over into the VAB, and I need to load up the pad, right? But I need to figure out where its position is. Because right now it's off the screen, right? I forget how I lined all this up. Okay, so the I-beams are at the very edge of that wall right there. I can see them. Okay, that's no problem. So now we have to go back over to the SPH. I have to grab my modified pad for the SRB interfacing mechanism. And we have to put that out. Hey, Vert, what's going on? JDG, you want to move to Italy? You just drove Turin, Pisa, Siena, Rome over a few days, and now I have to leave tomorrow. It's pretty good. It's pretty nice, isn't it? All right, so we can take our... Let's move this over into the VAB first, so it's a different craft file. Take that, get rid of the booster. Yeah, JDG, I don't blame you, dude. Italy's, yeah, you know. You're just gonna have to do what Brimo, you're just gonna have to say the same thing that Brimo and I said when we left from our honeymoon. You're just gonna have to go back. Very playing cities and chilling, right on. All right, so we have our modified pad with our SRB attachment point, right? Okay, go back to the Space Center. Now we got to get the crane. Got to get the crane out. Also getting pretty excited at what's coming up. Starship soon. Yeah, more static fires. Yeah, SpaceX said they rolled the booster back. Booster's in good health. They had the pad is... They aborted the static fire the other day because of a GSE problem. Interesting. I theorize that it's something with the deluge system, or not the deluge, the deflector. The deluge system was working, but when the deflector goes to fire, it's the exhaust vent from it, that's over on the pad side of things, it sputters. I didn't notice that before. Is ground anchor viable for your launcher concept? Does this friction just get it done? If you make the pad heavy enough, it'll be fine. King. You actually don't want to anchor it to the ground exactly. If you you gotta let it move around. Letting it move around and bend and flex is better. It's better for the Kraken. Come on, Darwin. Use your muscles. Use your head. Just got to get the bridge crane in position. Okay, set the crane down. Perfect. Okay, crane is on our prototype SRB pedestal. Okay. Now let's get our SRB test article. Bring that out. And, you know, have some fun. SpaceX tweet, T-Man. Bro, we saw that. Yep. All right. Don't break. You wonder what the ground side issue was. Yeah, I don't know. We're building to that, dude. Yeah, or not. We're figuring it out. Yeah, let's get the crane. All right. Give him the stick. Don't give him the stick. Are you my dad? Oh. Yeah, normally the truck doesn't, bounce around and then just crash into my launch pad. So, that's good. How about we undock from that and just drag the SRB on the ground. Yeah, just drag it on the ground. Man, I gotta remember that you got to reset the torque limiters on everything, dude. I always forget it. I was wondering why that thing was, appeared to be super bent. Get off, vent, or I'll have you bent. All right, we're gonna call Bizarro. Gotta get Bizarro in here. Come on. Yeah, a long time ago, TurboClag. Yeah. Very, very nice. How centered are we on that thing? How centered are we on the mount? Got a little bit of a lip over there. It's pretty close, dude. This thing needs to, it has to be perfect if we're going to if we're gonna line it up to build the stupid stack. All right, how does it like doing that? Okay, so a couple of tests that we got to do. So she's undocked from the pad right now. So here's what I'm going to do with the crane. Undock it from the crane. I'm going to stow the crane. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same test that we did before. I'm going to test leaving the scene and then coming back and see. I want to see what this thing does. So I'm going to recover, or I don't know if we should recover this truck. I don't even know what the hell we're going to do with this thing. It'd probably be a good idea to see if we can actually, you know, put the SRB back on here just in case. But this thing is like very broken, so. Alright, we'll just recover that. I have no idea what's going on, but it looks insane. I'm testing stuff, dude. I'm testing to see if I can integrate a gigantic solid rocket booster.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Guys, don't fall for the KSP nostalgia bait. Oh, Jebston 4.
Ooh, Jebstone 4. Gone. No, this is my own music, dude. Here, you want the playlist? I'll paste it in chat. There you go. It must have registered the SRB as in flight when I recovered the vehicle because it technically wasn't touching Kerbin. But if that's the case, dudes, why did that work before? I honestly can't think of a reason why it didn't do it before and why it did it now. The SRB is pretty much the same. It just has RCS attached to it. That shouldn't make that much of a difference. Maybe it's because we undocked it. Maybe it's because the game auto-assigned it as debris. Because the second time I didn't dock it to the pad. Either way, we're gonna have to... That basically invalidated that test, which sucks. Why would it do that? 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 Invalidate this. Hey. Yeah, Ernock, at the beginning of this stream today, I said that this is just part one. I have no idea if this project is going to work. It might not work. And if it doesn't, sorry. We'll try something else. We'll do something else. I wanted to do this because you guys got me talking about it yesterday, and I was thinking, I'm like, I'll give it a shot. We'll see. That's what that's supposed to do. Right there. But it looks like it broke a lot of rover wheels. And what you're seeing here is why stuff like SPMTs and transport vehicles do not have don't have suspension, because it makes stuff springy. Whatever. I disabled the robotics on that thing. And that... Yeah. Motor is disengaged. The hell's that about? The hell's that about? You freaking piece of bacon? It's high centered because it's not supposed to be outside of the rails. Like totally high centered. Whatever. When we go to fire the SRB, it'll just blow that stupid vehicle away, which is where it belongs. Belongs in the trash. I mean, that thing was never really designed to move this, so I'm not too incredibly worried. That's right, it goes in the square hole. Control point 89.9. Good, good, good. She's lined up. Auto strut that. Turbos are very strong. Normally, I would push the tower the other direction, but this is good enough for what we're trying to do. Now, you. Okay, so she's on the pins. This thing does not have any fuel in it, right? No fuel. You guys know what we're gonna do. Go to the controller. Go to our action groups. SRB refurb. Take that. Thrust limiter. Take the thrust limiter, move it into the negative. Okay, back this out. So we need to activate the SRB. Activating the SRB ain't gonna do nothing because it has no fuel in it. Go here. Fuel up the SRB. Enable the cal controller. Reset output. Reset the thrust limiter to 100. Okay, ready? 2. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. I'm a little annoyed that it's not blowing up that truck, but it's not in the thrust limiter's line. If you look, the line goes past it. I've never used trajectories, Lev. I'm not sure I'd be any help. Ruby. Disable the cal controller. Go back down here. Okay. Re-enable the controller. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye. Well, that's pretty neat. I didn't put parachutes on it, though, so, man, that got up to 30,000 feet really fast. That separation, everything looked great there, actually. Yeah, I really wanted to see if it would damage the pad, and it didn't. Everything looked fine, dude. What's the apex? 21.9 kilometers? Or no, 22? $22 kilometers, give or take. I mean, this thing might be light enough to not die when it hits the water. I mean, if this thing can spin, if we can get it to spin, it might slow down. Yeah, there we go. Dude, that was a really good sequence separation and everything. That proves that the SRB side of things, if I can get the two SRBs to work together with the shuttle stack correctly with the docking ports, yeah, that'll work. It'll work just fine, actually. I'm not sure if we're going to get this one back, though. I'm gonna go ahead and say probably not. Unless... How? Really? We lost the top docking port? That's it? Okay. Nah, I knew it was gonna go out into the ocean raid, and we're good. Good. Let's go take a look at the pad, see how she's faring. Send it back to ATK. I miss doing fun stuff like this. I enjoy the hell out of this, man. This is good. It really feels good when it works. The only thing that's not really working right now is the integration truck, and that's just a placeholder. We'll fix that. SpaceX taught me to just get it working and then make it better later. Not that I work there. I've talked to a lot of people that have worked there. I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who reused a rocket once. No, I got rid of that, Aqualux. That was with the vanilla water impact speeds. Yeah, we got rid of it. All right, let's see how the pad's doing. Also, I want to point out that the bridge crane hooks, the thing went through them, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it's fine. Nice. Well then. Crane's intact. Truck is no more intact than when we left it. Yeah. It's pretty good, man. Wow. I'm pretty happy with that, dudes. I don't know about you. That's pretty good. It's the angle that it hit the water, Aqualux. But yeah. All right, well, we proved that this mechanism works, and we proved that it's reintegratable. Yeah, biggest hurdle will be the hierarchy. So, Ox, I think the next test to do would be come up with a rudimentary pad interface and try to do that. I think that would be the next big hurdle. Do that. That, and if I build, just on a side note, if I build the integration crane tall enough, that means that we can build Jebstone 4 on a pad. Just putting it out there. We could absolutely do that. And we could reuse it. We'd have to go fish the SRB out and then find a way to bring it back onto land, but that ain't anything that ever stopped me before, dudes. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. That's what we gotta do next. We're gonna have to see if I can make that. Shuttle doesn't pan out, you gotta do Jebstone. Can you imagine, Pigzig, Jebstone with a mission mode save with this pad? It would work on that pad, that exact thing. I just gotta make the crane taller. I'm not gonna make a crawler, Morton. What we are going to make is this. Vandenberg. Vandenberg built the shuttle stack on the pad. That's how I'm most likely going to do it. My thoughts on this: make it so technically the SRB hold downs and the rest of the pad are a separate craft. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, dude. But yeah, I could put Jebstone 4 on this thing, provided it fit in with the crane. Sure, it'll work. Actually, that's almost tall enough. We'd have to make the crane a little bit taller, but it'll work. Do you know if they've demolished Slick 6 yet? Don't know, Joe. All right, I saw what I wanted to see there. What part are you using for the ground side of the alignment pin? Ship 20, I am using an RCS thruster. And then I have the ground side. That's a custom piece that I made. It's a ring. It's a clevis piece that I use for reinforcing hinges. Actually, incorporating them into the gantry crane design is a good idea. I call them hybrid tech parts. Yeah, that's just one part that is not stock that I made. I'll show you how it all works. I forget the context behind that image. Was it moving stacked SRBs between high bays? Yep. So my parts are designed to work like this. So that's the piece. I'm just using one side of it for alignment. And then it's designed to work with the G11 hinge like this. And then there's the upper part. So if you're familiar with Kerbal, you know that the hinges in the game, the robotic pieces, are a little bit rubbery, right? They're a little rubbery. They like to move around. If you take this thing and you select same vessel interaction on the clevis and the upper hinge, right? Now that thing won't move. It won't drift. It won't move around. It'll just do that, and it'll just do that indefinitely. Pretty cool, huh? And I even tried to make the parts look stock alike. Since when can you pick different parts of the hinge? These are parts that I made. I made these parts custom in Maya, and I brought them into KSP. I never released them. No. Probably should. Yeah, the hinges, it's a Kraken Tech reinforcement piece. So the hinges don't move. They don't drift. They won't move around. This thing clamps it into position and it keeps it there because of the collision mesh between the upper and lower hinges. That's what I'm using for the back end of the SRB hold down. The bottom of the SRB picks up on this because I know that that's a perfect cylinder because I modeled it. You should release it. What is Maya? 3D modeling program. Give me 1 second, dudes. All right. You could release it with the ULA pack. Now I'm not going to release it just because you said that. Now you don't get it at all. Make your own. Now you don't get it at all. You want a fresh one? All right, so let's think now. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? Let me just go digging here for a second. It's gonna take forever to load that damn thing up. Give it a second. It's loading up 600 craft files. We don't necessarily need this right now, but we're probably going to need that later. So I'll just hold on to that. We'll just hold on to it. Oh, I see what I was trying to do here. That's the old orbiter. Can't you search with that text field? Yeah. Am I? No. There was an original test piece from back in the day of me testing logic. I made a little miniature thing. Yeah, like you could do the SRB hold down the GSE side SRB pins with just a bunch of cubic octags in a cylinder like that. That will hold itself up. Just on a side note, if anybody cares. Yeah, that was what I used to test the logic to do this exact thing. Pad prototype 1, pad prototype 2, pad prototype 3. What the funkin' waggles was I doing here? I used hybrid tech to see if they would be held up. Interesting. Interesting. Past EJ did something there. Interesting. See, I built these pad mechanisms before, but interesting. It's interesting that I would do that way. Okay. Old EJ working out what young EJ was thinking. So Warline, here's the thing. The older version of me is not like EJ from 2017, 2018, 2019. I was very much there, and I very much loved what are we doing, right? But I was very, very much shooting from the hip with a lot of this stuff. Like, throw it at the wall, see what happens. I know it kind of seemed like I knew what I was doing, but I do not nearly have I don't have nearly as much systems engineering knowledge and like what it takes to actually integrate a space program and put it together like nowadays than I did back in the day. So yeah, this was like very much shooting from the hip, you know, like dude, I put deflectors in this. You don't need deflectors. Deflectors aren't going to work. All that's going to do is when these things go off, they're going to blow those panels away. Yeah, I was very much learning over time with you guys. And that's cool. I still do, right? We still do, but we're at a much higher level than we were before, you know? Like, would I go building the shuttle's pad this way? That's an awful lot of parts just to make a flame deflector, don't you think? A flame deflector that does not work. You know? But yeah, that's what I, like, you know, you said it like, you're like, oh, fast EJ, you know, it's going to look at what old EJ was doing. That's because old EJ didn't really do systems engineering the way EJ does now? Question? Yeah, see, look at that. Those are my old... That's my old SRB integration point system with like, see, this is what I mean. Like, I just built this and I'm like, yes, this will work. No, you don't know that for sure. Like, I built this whole thing just kind of assuming that this is all going to work correctly. No. And then worse, I went in there and I tried to make it look cool before we actually got it functional. You know, like, that's not how you do this. That's not how you do this at all. Do we even need this entire bottom level in this design? No. That whole bottom level is absolutely 100% useless. It does not do anything. I put it up there because I wanted to be able to see down into the flame trench and I thought it would look cool. I know me. That's why I did that. So like a Kerbal could walk up in the flame trench and you could see it. Well, none of that matters if it doesn't work. You know? None of that matters. Like, this is a very weird way of doing this. I see what I was doing. I was trying to use these I-beams to line up the boosters. And, you know, that probably does work for what it's worth. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm pretty sure I used these to push to center the SRBs because that's what I think we needed to do. But you don't need 4 of these to do that. You could do that with, yeah, you could do that with hydraulics. Hydraulics could do it. Yeah, like, it's just a weird way of doing things. It's just a weird way to do that. But, yeah, I mean, I see what I was trying to do. I see where I was coming from. Once again, I don't need the whole bottom of this, dude. Like, this is all useless. You don't need any of that. That's just there to look cool. And we were at like 500 parts before. Now how many parts are we at? We just shaved 200 parts off of it, and it does the exact same thing. Right? Because if we don't save, this is pad prototype R2. Take a look. Prototype R2 was 400 parts. It wasn't 500. The other one was 500. This was 400 parts, and I brought it down to 326. We shaved 80 parts off of that. And I could probably take, I bet you I could take another 100 out of this of useless parts. Like stuff we absolutely do not need. You don't need these. Those are, all these panels are here to look nice. You don't need them. They're aesthetic. Like, especially those. Those are not needed. So, like, you could dump that. You could dump that. You could dump that. You could dump that. You don't need any of those. Don't need that. Don't need those panels there. 307. We've shaved 100 parts. And this does the exact same thing. Now, I'll be honest with you. Am I going to use this? I don't know. It was kind of a good place to start, I think. But, we'll see. Oh, there's some struts just chilling down here. Don't need those. I think that's the root part. The root part is a horizontal SRB question. I feel like you'd be better off clean sheeting it. Well, Ox, what I want to clean sheet is this. Knowing what we know, we have to clean sheet this whole thing. Yeah. But that is Vandenberg's launch mount. That's exactly what it is. And yeah, it's, well, a couple more parts. A couple more strutties down there. 301. We've shaved, it was 407? We just checked. We shaved 106 parts off of this, and it does the exact same thing. And this is only gonna pay dividends for... What the hell is that noise? Why would you... What? Why is my computer just suddenly, incessantly playing Windows noises? I don't want this. I want them muted. I know, because in the mixer, I have it muted. And why is a USB thing connecting and disconnecting whenever I get up? I don't get it. It's Windows! It's got to be static, all systems, yeah. I don't think with this new setup I grounded this thing correctly, but I don't know. Because I'm a robot. All right. Is it muted on both computers? Yeah, it is. I mean, it was muted, but it was still setting at 100. Someone installed the pressure plate on your seat. Nah, I don't think they did. Okay. I don't want to save that. Just leave that there. Come on, Kerbal. So I do have my original pad prototype designs. MDDB. What the hell? I was trying to diagram something there. I don't know what that is, and that's not the right shuttle either. Yeah, back in the day, guys, I used to use I-beams instead of the Tessa rulers that we use now. OPF. Yeah, that is, see, that has my Kometo transporter. That's expensive hardware that's holding up all 6'4" of you. Yeah. That's a really old OPF design. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna do what we want. All right, let's go back into our current game here. What I'm looking for now is, well, I need the stack. Here we go. Here's the stack. And here's what we're gonna do. We gotta measure these. So let's go in here like this. I just don't want to overwrite the Mastercraft file, so STS-5 stack measurement. This is a copy of the main stack file for getting measurements for the launch pad. Do not use this for flight. There we go. So now, what we got to do is I got to go in here. We got to get the SRM stand, right? And here's what we're going to do. I am going to remove all of the parts that aren't the pad. Friends, they take your launch pad and remove it through your flame trench. All right. They take your launch pad and remove it through your flame trench. So, you guys ever seen Grandma's Boy? That's what that is. Alex, they take your fuel tanks and remove them. You no longer pay me rent, so I no longer let you stay here. Vas it para mí. I love them so much. You got a word for that. You know what it's called? Flame trench. You're a flame trench. Oh. You're a flame trench. All right. All right, all right, all right. So we got to do a couple of things. So first of all, take this booster, right? And then, so I'm going to do something a little bit weird with this stack. So I want to make sure that these all line up. These in 4x, and then we move them into the position that we think they're going to be in. Okay. That's pretty straightforward to get that right. It probably would be better to just verify it, but I'm pretty sure I can place these in the exact same spots over here. Okay, verified that that's right. Take the booster, the other booster, and turn it in position, and then just back it up. Yep, all right, cool. Okay, so for stack measurements, we don't need those. We just need the stack. Now take this thing Add 2 of these bad boys. Here. Now, you go over here, select this part, reroute it to the docking port, right? And we should be able to copy it, right? Ready? Ein. Zwei. Wunderbar. That could be an issue. Sehr schön. Ja. Okay, so now that we have relative positions here, how do we make that launch mount into one thing? Well, let's start removing pieces here. I decided. Okay, there's twin hold downs right there. How do we rope this all together though? Like hierarchically, how would we do this? Well, first thing that I want to do is get one of these, attach that to the external tank because we know that's centered to the stack. You ever make a 6th shuttle? If I find the need to, I guess. I need to find a certain picture of the Vandenberg launch mount. There it is, right there. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Excellent. Yeah, I see how I designed that. Nice. 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 Make your SRB hold down separate from the main pad, then make it so the main line of the hierarchy goes main. I told you to hold off on that, dude. Hold on. We're not that far. You're jumping the gun. What did you say? So the main line of the hierarchy goes main pad, external tank, orbiter. The SRBs are branches off going ET to SRB to hold down. Attach each SRB. Then attach the ET to the ground umbilical carrier plate using a flexible arm on the carrier plate so that it attaches before you get close to the SRB attachment range. You slide the ET into place so that it attaches to the SRBs. Just slap the orbiter on the side and you're good to go. Oh, nice, Kix. That's cool. You also do the hierarchy just now. That's not specifically what I was referring to, but thank you. Sorry, I'll be better with my words next time. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on that pad, huh? Yeah, see, there's the 4 SRB hold down pins, and then there's the trench down there. This pad was like 98% finished, by the way. 98% finished. They needed to do an FRF on it, and then it was pretty good. A flight readiness firing. Basically, do a static fire with the shuttle on it just to prove that the pad works. And, yeah, then it was... Yeah, it was good to go, by the way. And then they decided, no, we're not using that anymore. New civilian that was Air Force many moons ago. Oh, alright, Kix. Yeah, I got you. I think that'll work. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Yeah, see, this picking up over the symmetry node is going to really, really make this strong. See, we just got to make sure that that doesn't move at all. It can't move. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it, though. Let me think. See, I'm just thinking about how we would... The next big step, guys, would be to build a crane so we could put 2 SRBs on top and then hang an external tank from it. So... I'm just thinking, you know, how we're gonna put this all together. you got to build the mobile servicing tower, dude. That's really it. You got to build the MST. And that means we need a 2-axis gantry crane so we can put the left and right SRB on there. That's not anything we haven't done. It's just another thing to do. But yeah, I think we can do that. I don't see why not. And Aqualux, if you're still out there, dude, I didn't mind the way you were thinking about doing that. The ground umbilical carrier plate, I think, is the key here, but I don't know. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I'm running out of gas. I ran out of gas because I went to bed at like 4 again. And I woke up on time today. I got up at like 8. Your boy's like Yeah. Dude, I don't know about separating out the SRBs, dude. I'm not sure I want to do that. Because they have to be straight. Like, it has to be perfectly straight. It can't not be straight. Like, those have to be exactly aligned to hang that external tank. There's a very small margin of error there. Hey, Nazlik, I'm doing all right. I'm trying to think, like, rifle it through my head, like, how are we going to do this? Like, you know what? Save this. Nice, Vert. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome, man. Yeah. Sorry, Vert shot me a DM, guys. Give me a second. Nice. Nice, man. Here, give me a second. Let me join you. There it did it again! To be static freaking electricity. I don't know, man. How is it static electricity? I'm not touching the computers. I had some left over from St. Patrick's Day yesterday. Sorry, guys. I had to eat something. Thoughts on Dr. Pepper Zero? I don't drink soda. Oh, that's so nice, dude. All right. So, yeah, alcohol is hard enough on the body. I don't need sugar. So, keeping the SRBs aligned is gonna suck. But the way I did the hold down point, the way I did the attachment points here for it, it very much will hold it in place. That's for sure. Not 100% sure why I did 2 of them. Sound like those have same vehicle interaction. Oh, it's because I couldn't fit it. That's right, we couldn't fit it in there. Yeah, that's why I opted for 2. Okay. I-95. Low Minmus orbit station when? No, we have to get the Orbusi into space. From its own pad. The one that got away, bro. Get rid of those. We don't need those. The orbiter goes into space. Never say that again. Out of all the things that you've said on here, Phone Sister, you're telling me what I can and can't say? That's cute. Never say that again. All right, Pigzig, you said it. It's different. No. Bio, you put a pressure plate on my chair. Oh, yeah? I don't think you did. The external tank. The external tank. How about we just make it a thing where we just, instead of saying the joke, you just say the thing. The solid rocket booster. The orbiter. It's under the floor. Oh. Idea once this is going, do you think you could do a Soyuz and then full launch an ISS? Could I do a Soyuz? Yeah. Will I? No. No. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. The booster in ignition. Freedom starts again. This is the save with the Freedom Station in it, dude. Believe it or not. Yeah, this is the one that has the station. I was thinking maybe just do shuttle things. Oh, like, I don't know. Build out the whole NSTS system. Like, maybe building out the whole NSTS is probably not the stupidest idea. This was your first orbit pass? Nice. That's a good shuttle, 95. Have I ever told you that? I'm proud of you, son. That's a good shuttle, man. Yeah. I do like the flag action. I think I might retrofit my orbiter to do that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure with the shuttle and like HLV, the direct variant of this, we could build some pretty good stuff. All right. Moon shuttle, no. No. Yeah, the original space transportation system, it wasn't just the space shuttle, guys. It wasn't just the shuttle. What the original NSTS plan for, the National Space Transportation System plan, what it originally called for was to build the space shuttle, right? And then have it build a space station. Those two things actually happened eventually. And then from there, the shuttle would build space tugs and it would assemble lunar transfer vehicles on orbit. And you could handle doing that from the high frequency of missions, right? So you could do a lot of building. You'd use the space station as kind of a way to figure out the concept of operations for assembling vehicles on orbit. That's what Space Station Freedom was, or what would become Space Station Freedom was supposed to do. It was supposed to be something where you just practice to learn how to put stuff together in space, and then you start making space tugs. Imagine how much easier Artemis would have been if we had the whole STS up and running. Yeah. Yeah, just put Orion in the freaking shuttle's payload bay. Put Orion in the payload bay. Right? Put Orion in the payload bay. Have crew ingress into it. Deploy the dang thing. Right? Or just have the shuttle deploy Orion, right? And then remote dock Orion to the shuttle's airlock. Crew ingress. Boom. Couple that up to a Centaur G. There you go. There's your Block 1S prototype. That's Block 1S. That's the same thing. Right? The legendary high frequency of shuttle launches. Yeah. Or we could have just kept using Saturn V. Yeah, that would have been a smart idea. Launch empty shuttle so it has fuel left over in the external tank. Use it to fuel up. Oh, nice, 95. The flag texture for tiles. Thanks, man. Tiles aren't staggered like bricks, though. But whatever. It's fine. It looks good enough. Somehow developing a whole new vehicle is cheaper. Hellfish, if you put me... not even knowing what I know about the shuttle, if you put me in 1972, right? Knowing what I know about vehicle design, not even the space shuttle, pretend I don't know what the space shuttle is. You go back and they propose the space shuttle. I would have looked at them and been like, what are you doing? Like, it's not even like I have the benefit of hindsight. I would have been like, why are we doing this? That's really stupid. Why would you do that? And I'm saying that as somebody that loves the space shuttle. If you have, like, I would have sat there and said 1,000 times, you know, the Saturn V works. Who cares if it's not reusable? Who gives a flying rat's patootie that thing doesn't come back and land? All right, so what? Figure out a way for that to happen. That's probably going to be cheaper than trying to refactor your entire national spaceflight architecture. Like, why would you bother doing that? That's dumb. That would be like SpaceX saying, oh, let's not do Falcon 9 anymore because maybe Starship will work someday, right? It's like, No, that's not what they did. They're still flying Falcon 9, and Falcon 9 is going to have a significant overlap with Starship flights, right? If SpaceX had stopped flying Falcon 9, the company, like, you have no revenue, you have no income, you have no way to launch Starlinks, right? Until Starship gets operational, right? You would never stop flying Falcon 9 unless you were 100% sure that Starship could do exactly what it could do, right? Like, that's just good systems engineering to make sure you have no stopgaps, right? Like, that's just, yeah, that's good rocket engineering. I mean, no, like I said, no wonder Von Braun went bananas. The second he got word that they were going to cancel the Apollo program, he was like, no, don't do that. That's stupid. And NASA's like, well, what do you know, Werner? And he's like, I built the rocket that sent people to the moon. I invented, like, liquid fuel carrier launch vehicles. Like, I think I know a thing or two about this. And they were like, huh, no, here, have a desk job. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that. And they're like, oh, don't you want to work on the space shuttle? He's like, yeah, no, I don't want to do that at all. He's like, yeah, no, nah, yeah, nah. Oh, so it's like Ariane space. Got it. Yeah. Flyback Saturn, Aqualux, parachutable S1C with detachable forward bulkhead. Like, there are ways to do this, dude. There are ways to make the Saturn V more reusable. Like, heck, where I'd go from there is developing the S2. Developing the S2 into a re-entry vehicle. That's probably what I'd end up doing. Yeah, that would be better. That would be a better idea. You develop the S2 into a gigantic lifting body. And you basically give yourself a 9-meter payload bay. And go from there. But... No, let's use that. Alright. If you were SpaceX, would you have made Starship something like the shuttle, like a shuttle space plane for the upper stage, or something like Starship as we know it? Starship as we know it, SpaceX's stakeholder expectations, Joe, are to land on Mars and the moon now. So, you're not doing that with a shuttle. Yeah, of course. Then scale up with Nova. Like I said, even if I didn't have the benefit of hindsight, like with the entire shuttle program, if I went back to 1972 knowing just what I know about spacecraft design, I would still be like, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop doing that. You think Artemis is good to go this time? I keep driving out to see it on the pad. I think she'll be alright this time, Thomas. Anyway. Alright. We need to... not test the launch mount, but... Okay. I know what I want to do. Let's go over here. Right? Let's go to our SRM testing pad that we were using, right? And let's make some classy modifications to it, shall we? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go back in here like this. Now, I'm going to take the stack measurement shuttle that we were just messing with, right? And what I'm going to do is grab the back piece off of this. Thank you. Shift left click if you want to pull stuff off of a subassembly. I get asked that a lot. Now we have the double mount. So, how do we make this work with this design? once again, it's going to require a significant gantry crane refactoring here. Thomas, you never got to see a space shuttle launch, so I need to hear these SRBs. I did see all the Falcon Heavy launches, though. Yeah. Dude, wait, you didn't see Artemis 1? Did you see Artemis 1, Thomas? Tell me you saw that. Artemis 1 was pretty good. But, dude, okay. All right. You didn't see Artemis 1. You were on vacation. Oh, no, dude. That sucks. Oh, man. I mean, to be fair, I didn't see it either. Is a vertical erector already off the table? I would prefer vertical integration just for how this stack goes together, Ator. It's going to be easier to work with gravity, especially with the shuttle stack. Still, they got the con-ops all wrong with the shuttle, especially with the tech at the time. Stacking and refurb isn't something that goes well with airline-like operations. Venture Star gets closer, but even it's too much stacking, in my opinion. So, Oculux, honest opinion, truth time, I think that the shuttle flying once a week is fine. Is that the rapid reuse that you see with Falcon 9? Hell no. No way. Could it ever get to Starship level operations? No, not a chance. No way. No. Look, man, if their way to do weekly missions, if the way to achieve rapid reuse, the ideas with the shuttle program was to achieve rapid reuse, right? Was to have a fleet of orbiters to bridge the gap, because it takes a month downtime with each orbiter. You're not doing Starship-like operations, right? Once a week is an airline-like. Exactly. I'm agreeing with you. Yes, I know. Strap a Saturn 1B with a CSM and LEM to the side of the shuttle external tank. Yeah, let's go, dude. Hey, Flavia. But honestly, dude, for something like this shuttle, weekly operations for a government program, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm cool with it. Yeah, I'm okay with that, dude. Is that bad? I don't know. Saw some people saying that they should put GS2 on the side. Put GS2 on the side of SLS. Is that even possible? No. Hey, Tor, just if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna play that game, just put New Glenn stage on top of SLS. Just put it on the top. I don't know if people are gonna say, "Oh, EJ, you can't do that. The VAB isn't tall enough, brother." We're telling me we can't extend the ceiling on a building that was designed to have the ceiling extended? Oh, we can't make the VAB taller. No, we can't do... Shut the hell up, right? Shut up, dude. You can't make the roof go tall. That's not aerospace engineering. What kind of copium is that? Copium and cesium. Like... What? Not in the time needed? Please. Please. What do you mean not in the time needed? What does that mean? We can't get that done by 2028? Give me a freaking break, dude. Look, they built that pile of crap ML2 in a freaking year, dude. Like, give me a freaking break. Give the contract to Bechtel. How about that? No, how about we give it to somebody that wants it? Physics doesn't work up there. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. All right, so what I'm thinking is maybe get two of these pedestals next to each other. I just don't know how we're going to do that. And we're going to need to modify the crane on top of all that. take this and just put that right there in single symmetry. This is our measurement device. We know that that's the distance we need these things apart to do SRB stuff. The solid rocket booster. All right, how's this for going with what you know? How about we do... There we go. All right, cool. All right, let's do this. Yes, RJ. Yes. Dude, I don't know why. But that question that Alex over in YouTube chat asked me the other day. No, not NSF Alex. That question that Alex asked me over in the YouTube chat the other day. What's the project? What's the one project that passed you by that you didn't do? I don't know why, but that ticked the EJ, the tism in my brain. I don't know what it did. Like this morning, I woke up and I'm like, I'm gonna build the damn shuttle's launch pad today. If you asked me that question, if like you said do that like at the beginning of this week, I would have been like, no, absolutely not. No, I don't know why that question just got me going. I'm like, nah. He's doing it. I hope it doesn't blow up in my face, Sawyer, but yeah. What's up, man? Brother, I am tired. I am tired. I don't know about you. There's much less engineering involved to raise a regular roof than to make a whole new vehicle concept, and that's without built-in extendability. That's what I'm saying, Oculux. This is bullcrap, dude. Just make the roof of the VAB bigger. What do you tell me? We can't do that? Well, you can't make it bigger. Like, oh my gosh, what did we forget how to make a steel building? So you're gonna build something like Slick 6? Yeah, Farm. That would be the idea. That would be probably the better way to do it. I don't think I'm smart enough to make a mobile launcher and then roll it to the pad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Over here in Spain, at least where I live, we have a saying that says it's politics and it makes sense. Exactly why they won't do it. Yeah. 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 Screw those people, man. Screw those people. All right, so what I want to do is let's go straight for pad testing. Double SRB testing. All right, so here's what we want to do. Get rid of... I'll take that, remove from symmetry, get rid of that. All right, take this, remove from symmetry, get rid of that. Remove that from symmetry, get rid of that. The tanking mechanism, take... Okay, no. Save this. LV3 pad testing. You want to see a trick here? Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to modify a Freedom 10's pad. We're going to heavily modify a Freedom 10's pad, at least initially, because we know that it works, right? I launched my SRB off of that pad a second ago, and I know that that works, right? So what we're going to do is I'm just going to take this pad and put two of them next to each other. That way I know that if I do somehow get the SRBs to fly, it'll separate from the pad correctly. I'm eliminating as many unknown unknowns as possible. So, watch this. I need a copy of my pad. So take this, merge it with itself. Right? Get rid of this. Get rid of that. And now we take this and we reroute. Oh boy. That's a lot of struts. Well, we're not going to need those. And I will take these parts here, remove them from symmetry. Get rid of it, because we don't need it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. The gantry crane rails are going to have to be redone as long as I have a copy of them somewhere. I'll keep the 2 light posts on that side, right? We keep the 2 light posts from that side. Now we go down into our big craft file here, right? Go over here, remove these tanks from symmetry, right? Get rid of that. Nope. Did it out of order. Reload. Oh, I bugged the hell out of this thing. Okay, yep, nope, don't save that. Go back to the pad SRM testing. We bugged the actual hell out of that. Overwrite. Okay, so we need to merge the 2 craft files first, right? I told him to go merge craft file with himself. Alright, so just leave the ghosted version of that over there. Now, over here, remove from symmetry, remove from symmetry. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Remove that from symmetry. Remove this from sim, right? Remove the docking port from symmetry. Okay. So are we going to include the rotating service structure? Sawyer, no. I'm building that. Vandenberg is way easier to make. We're going to build Slick 6. Okay. All right. Full disclosure, just in case anybody's watching this or you watch it in a VOD and you're wondering why this series is potentially incomplete. All right. I don't even know if this is possible. This is definitely pushing the boundaries of what Kerbal can do. I think we can do it, but I don't know for sure. So this series might wind up incomplete. It would kind of be par for the course with me. So, right? I don't know if that's possible, but I know that we have a better chance of doing this than we do with a mobile launcher in the mobile launcher platform, crawler transporter, fixed service structure. So I would love to do that, man. I would love to be able to pick up a shuttle stack and move it out on a mobile launcher platform. That would be sick. I would do it. But doing that in Kerbal is a little bit difficult. It's easier to roll an entire building away. And in many ways, that's poetic. All right, so let's go in here like this. Remove that light post from symmetry. Go in here like this. Remove that light post from symmetry. And I'm going to go remove this crane rail guard from symmetry like that. Okay. Now, for this thing, the opposite. We got to do the same exact thing, but with the ghosted. Don't mind the lattice of struts here. Just bear with me on this one. Now, I need to reroute that piece right there to our root part. Okay, so first of all, get rid of that. Second of all, get rid of that. Now, we take this piece, right? And we attach it right there. And because I flipped it around a bunch of times, it hates me. That's fine. Whatever. I take this and move this up here. Cool. I'm just trying to duplicate the strut positions here. I'll fine-tune all the strut positions here momentarily. For now, I'm just placing them back into position. These are just for the rails. Now, it seems like we have some struts in here that aren't happy. Okay, that one can go over to there, like that. This one goes over to here, like that. Flying Squaws, EJ, I've been watching you for a couple weeks now. Love the channel. What's your background? I'm wondering how you know so much. I am a nerd. Yeah. Okay. Flying Squash, here's the quick gist of it. I am a 3D artist by trade. I can build things in CAD. I can make parts for KSP. Right? The short story is that I graduated with a degree in computer animation in 2008, couldn't find a job, and realized that I love space right after that. So I've been pursuing that avenue since. I'm self-taught when it comes to aerospace engineering. I have no formal aerospace education at all. Yeah. So just a nerd. Hey Chris, what's going on? Yeah, just a nerd, dude. Big nerd. Some big nerd energy, you know what I mean? Sick, that's amazing. Thanks, man. Yeah, I love what I do, man. This stuff's great. I can do this all day. You're an artist by trade as well, but you're a UX designer for complex systems. Nice, dude. Nice. That's awesome, Squash. Hell yeah. That's sick, dude. Yeah, I build UX into my crafts in this game all the time, dude. Oh yeah. Oh, you'll appreciate this. So when I'm streaming, dude, sometimes you fat finger the keyboard, like, cause you're looking over here, or looking at chat or something, and you hit the wrong key. So my Orion capsule that I have in game, I made it so you can never accidentally hit the abort button, ever. The reason why is that during ascent, I have the abort sequence on a Cal controller, which is like like a very rudimentary programmable controller. And I jettison the controller with the launch abort system. And because it jettisons it and it registers it as debris, it's impossible to trigger the launch escape system. Or like, so you don't accidentally separate your capsule from your from your service module in the middle of a mission. It's impossible to do it because the way I program the controller, it separates with my abort tower. Right? So you can't ever fat finger the keyboard and trigger an abort. Once it basically inerts itself once the launch escape system is is jettisoned. So yeah, dude, I program UX into my designs all the time. The reason why I do it is because I'm an idiot and I will forget the controls and I'll fat finger the keyboard. Just telling the truth, dude. That's the truth. Hey, Muffin. You just got back since you started up. How much of this is from before and how much is fresh made? I am using a ton of off-the-shelf components. This is a hijacked Freedom 7 or Freedom 10 launch pad, Muffin. It's a hijacked Freedom 10 launch pad with my modified SRB mounts. Yeah. I'm trying to keep this minimum viable. So, Muffin, I went on this whole spiel about how let's build something that works. So what I did, what I was successfully able to do, we came up with the idea of refueling of not filling the SRBs up until they're on the pad. I can do that with an inverted thrust cal controller. We proved that that could work. So what I did was we made an attachment mechanism for our SRBs, and I attached it to Freedom 7's pad using my original gantry crate and everything that we used during mission mode, right? I fueled up the SRB and then launched it. I know it works. So now the next step here is to try and beat the hierarchy. I have to do that by doing, please hold. By doing that right there. We have to make it so it can do this. I have to make it so I can attach 2 SRBs and then hang the crossbar from there. And I have to make it so it can do that. And then if we jettison, if we fire the SRBs, that this all acts as one vehicle. You weren't around for the whole Freedom save file, so it's all new to you. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess you weren't around for that. Sorry, I ain't like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Aesop, 6-month resub, thank you. Because they're too heavy. Yes. So, they're too heavy to integrate. 144 tons is going to be tough to pick up with anything in KSP. Now, don't get me wrong, it can be done. But the whole idea was that I don't need to build a bigger, crazier gantry crane that can lift up more. Just refuel them on the pad. Or refuel them. Actually, it would probably be better to stack them like that and then fuel them and then hang the external tank on it so they're heavy and they stay in place. So, Drew, I knew you were a 3D modeler. I've been trying to get into it for 3D printing. Yeah. Hey, Trick Jumper, what's up, dude? Okay, give me 1 second, fellas. Hold on. Muffin, I don't know if you... So you haven't seen it, but... Give me a second. I don't know if I transferred over my screenshots. No, I didn't. Freedom's launch... So Freedom was a rocket that I built in mission mode that had an actual fully working launch pad. A fully working launch pad that we reused a ton of times. Muffin, you remember back in the day where I built the launch pads and they didn't really work. They didn't really work a lot. Like, you maybe got one good launch out of them and then they broke. I changed that with the Freedom rocket. The Freedom rocket is a very, very simple rocket that's designed for career mode. And I made the launch pad, like, fully reusable. It's very, very simple, dude. This is it right here. It's just a simple pedestal being held up by some SRBs. That's it. And we can almost get rid of that. And then I have tracks for vehicles to drive in, right? And like a first stage, a vehicle carrying a first stage would go right here. And then these tracks right here, I have a gantry crane that moves around on landing gear. And then you retract the landing gear. The crane sets itself down. It's a bridge crane. You pick the thing up and you put it on the pad. Dude, I was doing like crew launches with this thing. Back in the day. Yeah, I forgot that you weren't here for that. Give me 1 second. I might be able to find it on the other computer. One more try. It's not where I thought it was. One more attempt, and I think, yeah. I'm just trying one more time to just go and see if I can find the original backup for it with all the Yes, I found it. Here. All right, so we took the old pad and mirror simmed it. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good. Oh, no. I already found it. Don't worry about it. So you remember like Condor 9's pad. There we go. Pretty cool. Pretty good design. First attempt. Not the best, but whatever. It worked. Then I got a little more crazy. Here is Freedom's pad. It starts right here. So Freedom 7 right there was a rocket that I built that was a small rocket. And then there's the gantry crane and the bridge crane. Actually, that's Imahara right there. That's another rocket that we made to start our career mode. And it's just a quick, small little horizontally integrated system. There's Imahara over there. Freedom 7 over there. See, two different pads. I was operating two different pads in mission mode. And then we got into vertically integrating the boosters, except that didn't work right. A lot of trial and error. But eventually I did get it working. But see, the crane, check it out. The crane pulls the booster up. It integrates very similar to Atlas. And I even was attaching payload fairings. You're around for making Imahara and not much else. Okay. So don't worry about that. That part didn't happen. You don't need to worry about that ever. So it got to the point where we had a full integration facility, and I had trucks that I drove out to refuel the pad. Right? We could pick the booster up, pick the second stage up, pick the shuttle, little mini shuttle up, and then send it. See? Right. And then eventually I built a crew access arm, a crew access gantry right here to be able to launch crew, and it had service platforms and stuff. Right? And the Kerbals could go up in and they could ingress into the little mini shuttle. And that whole thing would roll back, right? And then you'd go to launch. Kind of, Muffin, yeah. Yeah, then you gotta go get it back. And so eventually we moved
Discovery,
to Freedom 10, which was a bigger version. Oh God, no. And it all was going well until I killed Jeb. Hey, Boring Neutral, I remember watching all this, especially the double pad setup. You spent so many hours on my second screen. Do you know what year month this was? 2021. And we eventually built out a lunar architecture where we got the orange suits to the moon. Yep. I was launching crews on rockets that I built outside of the VAB. We integrated them. That's what I'm trying to do with the shuttle now. But yeah, if you look at Freedom's pad right there, right? Yeah, we were doing full lunar missions, dude, with payloads, stuff that we built. I should have built a capsule. If I had built my Orion capsule to work with this stuff, we'd still be playing mission mode. Yeah. And that's where Jeb crashed. But, yeah, right now I just took Freedom's pad and I just doubled it over for the shuttle because I know it works. Hey, Hydrogen, what's up, dude? The wings call softly to us all. Is the Orion your highest fidelity capsule? The Taurus capsule is Orion inspired. It's not an Orion capsule, okay? Just so you know. Okay, now get rid of that. And this needs to rotate 180 degrees. And it needs to be over here. Get rid of those. Those were just there to look nice. The Taurus SHO capsule. What was the launcher that was recovered from the water by plane? We need an EJ wiki for all the builds. Brother, I don't remember. All right, one more trick to see if we can get this to work. don't like it. Okay. This will work. The only thing I'm not a fan of is that this is not in symmetry anymore, but it's okay. Okay, so how do we get our SRBs on top of this? The gantry crane is no longer going to be able to fit here. You mind if I ask a question about Starship? What happened to Jeb? I killed him in that save, Ator. I'm not happy about it. I was pretty pissed. Sorry, I was pretty freaking mad. That was a lot of work down the tube. I'd prefer this way. That way, this is all in symmetry. Whatever. Yeah, but that side came in alright, which is annoying, but hey, whatever. Actually, it didn't. Whatever. Get rid of them. I'm not even sure those struts were doing anything useful anyway. An auto strut fixes that problem. Having a Jeb I wasn't here for. Tarkative, this was like 5 years ago. One of my prototype shuttles in that mission mode save killed him, and that arguably doomed my entire mission mode save because I'm an idiot. Good. All right, save. How do we do this? 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 The next thing to do is rebuild the damn bridge crane to be wider. They're targeting 8 p.m. tomorrow for a roll, for SLS roll. Yep. Get some proper sleep? Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, no, not even close. I went to bed at like 5. But I woke up at like 8. So... You know. Thrust curves are programmed. Good. You two are in a sleep deficit. Yeah, not great, man. Alright, let's just throw this out there and we'll see if it stays together. So our Sawyer Max, EJ Sawyer Max et al. Properly set for an SLS rollout. I actually didn't sign up for the rollout. I forgot to do that. I could go say that I'm available. Oh, wait. I got tagged. I will vote for commentator. I'm available if needed as well. Just signed up. Give me one moment. John, I'm good right now. I'm doing enough of a deep dive on my own here. What I want to test here is the thrust limiter. No, sorry. What I want to test here is, you know, can we refuel the SRB? If we fuel up the SRBs at this point in integration, can we just Yeetorama? Hold on a second. Disable the the SRB firing chain. Do they move around as much if they're fueled up? Hartman Springer tubes for rocket engine ignition. John, is that like an acoustic igniter? Yeah, cool. Yeah, hang on. Hold that thought, dude. I'm just... Not bad. Okay. Okay, I like what I see. You're printing the fuel into the booster. I'm using inverted thrust on a Cal controller to generate solid rocket fuel because I can't stack the solid rocket boosters in segments like they do in real life. So I have to move them empty. And then we fuel them up. That is not how solid rocket boosters work in any way, shape, or form in real life. but I can't do the way that they do it in real life in this game. So, trade-offs. I'm pretty sure if Northrop Grumman could just materialize solid rocket fuel that works 100% reliably by making inverted thrust, they would do it, though. And Hydrogen, if you still want to ask your Starship question, you're more than welcome to, dude. Here. You saw the mystery of the disappearing booster? No, haven't figured that one out yet. Also, Vamp says hi. Hello, Vamp. There's the bracket. Okay. So that right there is the Kerbalized version of that thing. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to replicate that. How am I gonna put that up on the pad? I need a slightly simpler solution. How about Try this thing. Boom angle. Cable length. Boom length. That might work. Just joining. Any idea what the ground issue was on the booster test fire? I think it's something with the water system. Scott's, I don't know for sure, though. That's just a guess. This crane might be tall enough so I could just drop that thing on there. It's possible. I think it actually is good, but yeah, let's, you know what, it's just merge the files. We'll just merge the two files together and we'll see. Something like that, Drew. It's a telescoping crane. Yeah. Very useful if you're in a pinch. Like needing to do this test. All I just need to see is if it can reach up here and put that thing down. I think it'll do it. Yeah, it'll do it. Cool. All right, let's put this out. Put the SRMs out on the pad. This pad might be a little bit bigger. I don't know if it's gonna. land on something and explode, but we will find out. So what I'm going to try to do, lift that crossbar up with the crane and then try to slip it into position and see what happens. Right? I figured just use one of the cranes that we already made. I already made those. Right? Lift it up. Nice. It didn't conflict with anything. Cool. Okay. Cool. SRMs are out on our temporary placeholder pad design. So think of this like modified freedom pad, dudes. Think of that like OLM-1 for Starship. It's not, it's just designed to work. It's not like a dedicated thing. Since we aren't moving the pad like a crawler, what does this bar get us, seeing that it'll have to be removed to hang the tank? No, that bar is the tank, dude. Okay, the reason why I'm doing this is because this will emulate what I'm trying to do, Muffin. It'll emulate what I'm trying to do without actually going and having to engineer all the components. How I would have done this in the past is I would have started... Right now, I just would have started redesigning my gantry crane. I would have started redesigning the gantry crane so it can move in 2 axes, so I can pick up whatever I need to and move any SRB around and do whatever I need and build a really nice gantry crane, right? But I'm not even sure if this will work. So in the past, I would have ended up building a gantry crane for something that's not going to work. I'm not doing that. What I'm doing here is mimicking with just a test bracket, right? What hanging the external tank will do without actually going and hanging the external tank. This is all the right pieces. It's all the right pieces. This is my external tank. That's what that is. That's the external tank crossbar strut. This is what ties my entire shuttle stack together. I just ripped it out of my external tank, right? The crazy thing is that that's what that is. That's a piece to an external tank. Right? So I'm hanging the external tank without hanging the external tank. Get it? Now, in reality, what they would do, you wouldn't see this. That piece is already integrated into the external tank and they would just go hang the thing, right? But that was when they needed to move a mobile launcher from one high bay to another, right? So they put it out there with the crossbar strut to prevent the exact same problem that I'm having of the SRBs moving around. That makes sense? So, like I said, instead of taking all this time and building a gantry crane for something that I'm not entirely sure is even going to work in the first place, I'm going to simulate it with stuff I already have. Save ourselves a lot of time this way. And I don't know if you guys have been noticing. I mean, obviously I can't revert save in this game. Can't do a save revert. I've been playing by mission mode 2 rules this whole time. No reverts, only recoveries. Solid incremental testing. No Kerbals getting killed. I've been playing by MM2 rules this entire stream. Just, I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. Is one higher than the other on my shuttle? Hold on. But we didn't vote on anything. We didn't vote on anything. Why don't you vote on this SRB, you son of a... Oh, crap. I don't know if I did that on purpose or by accident, but I know it works, so I'm not touching it. Okay, cool. Just making sure that that's a thing. It's absolutely a thing, and now I don't know how to feel about that. All right. All right. Yeah. You know. It's fine. This is my second time watching an EJ stream as opposed to NSF, and man, does EJ have good taste in music. I do like synthwave, dude. Yeah, that stays there now. Dude, I don't know, man. With all the meticulousness that I went through with my shuttle, and nobody, I don't ever remember anybody in chat saying like, oh, your attachment points are crooked when we went to build it. I think that might be on purpose, but I don't know the reason. I have no idea why that's like that. But, you know, whatever. Okay, so we're going to need the crane, but we're going to need the trailer as well. Actually, a pallet should probably do us right. Make sure your load is secured, chat. Hey, just catching up to this project from Scratch STS program. No, not the STS program. From Scratch Pad. We already have the orbiter hit. Hey, Shen, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. What's up, man? Oh, hey. Early space age species. What's up, dude? What were you playing?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Ismail, 59-month resub. Early space age species. You weren't, but what are you going down the Stellaris rabbit hole again, dude? Nice tunes. Thanks, man. We were in Stellaris and laughing at Thomas the Tank Engine game bugs. Like,
Oh,
like that?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Release the brainstorm to make your motherfucking brain warm. A strange form, something kind of lyrical. Biggie the bastard, so that's kind of spiritual. Well, in God we trust, guns I bust, got that disgusting suicide thumping. And you know where you're going to.
Yes.
You like the things that I bring. I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9 9s, 10 Mac 10s. The shit's never end. You can't touch my riches. Even if you had MC Hammer and them 357 bitches. Biggie Smalls, the millionaire, the mansion, the yacht, the 2 weed spots, the 2 hot clocks. That's how I got the weed spot. I shot Tread in the head, took the bread and the lamb spread. Little Gotti got the shotty to your body, so don't resist or you might miss Christmas. I tote guns, I make number runs, I give MCs the runs.
Like this? Is this? No? Alright. Hopefully that doesn't get claimed. It probably will. Anyway. That's cool, Shen. Thomas the Tank Engine bugs? What did you do? Did you make like a race of steam engines in Stellaris or something, dude? Accurate? All right, hell yeah. All right, cool. My fingers on the pulse, man. That's awesome. Guys, if you don't know my buddy Shen's a old school streamer. We've been doing this a long time, man. We've been doing a real long time. Thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Shen's doing a Stellaris playthrough with exactly like that. You made a race of steam engines. You know what, dude? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. That's hilarious. I love it. No, there's a new Thomas game and the engines are flying into the sky. Right.
Now we smoke weed like on my time to slip the yayo. That's crazy blunts, mad L's. My voice excels from the avenue to jail cell. Oh my God, I'm dropping shit like a pigeon. I hope you're listening. Spanking babies that they clipping in. So you better grab your pistol, cause if you sit still, I'm gonna make your fucking shit spill. And I'm talking about buckets. What did I have to do it? So that's it, fuck it. You got a gun, nigga, bust it. Cause I got more shots to pop ya. Big mama, bringing you on something proper. Sounding off is the hardcore rap singer, aka crack slinger, bring it anytime.
All right. That's awesome, man. Let me put the regular music back on. Good stuff, dude. Guys, give Shen a follow. He's a good streamer. Do it. You won't be disappointed. Do it. Johnny Red, neat. Okay? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Bacardi and Cola. Do it. Do it. Astral, what's up, man? Yes, 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 yes. I think we have found the answer finally. It's a grand unified my summer winter Stellaris KSP universe. Yes. No, we need this is what we need. So I'm trying to build a space shuttle stack outside of the VAB because in Kerbal, a game that is notorious for its physics glitches, because I, hate yourself is a very strong word. But so, I'm testing. I got my, solid rocket boosters. We haven't built the rest of the shuttle stack, but we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. You enjoy pain. Yeah. Whoa, close call. Yes. Oh. Look at us. Who would have thought? We have our own jacking controller. All right. Okay. I need you. Leave seat. Here we go. This is not going to work very well if you can't actually get out of the truck. So can you do me a favor and, get out of the truck? Nope, guess not. Guess we'll just live here now. Whatever, it's fine. All right, so this needs to be torque limiter. Yeah, that's fine. Just shut it off. Doesn't matter. Let's say Smith. None of this matters. Crane rotation, boom angle. Yeah. Hello? Oh, that's good. Okay. Crane. Hello? Yeah, you can stop, now. Just bring that back down. Any news on how NASA's doing lately with all the fun? SLS rollback should be on Thursday. Astral, they're gonna roll the rocket back out and they're gonna try to send it, dude. We'll see what happens. God, I love cranes. Cranes rule. Okay, I don't want cable length. We need to reverse the boom length just a little bit. Oh, we are so back.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hip, give the sub to Blackbird. Blackbird, you see what we're doing here, right? You see what we're doing? Kerbal Lever 13,000 when? I went to build a lattice crane one time. You guys didn't want it. I wanted to build one. And chat was like, no. Did you design this telescoping crane off any particular model? No, Matt, it's custom. I don't know. A Grove crane would probably be the closest one. I forget the model number, dude. It's a telescoping Grove crane. I know that. That was the principal inspiration. Night Ward does. Thanks, Matt. Looks really well done. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Got the bracket. Adjusting the counterweight. Center of gravity is still out in front of the pin a little bit. Let's give it full counterweight. You missed this Salat tape? Damn, dude. I didn't know you guys were jonesing for this so hard, man, but I'm here for it. And like I said, dude, on Monday, you said, you know, you're going to be building a shuttle pad by Wednesday. I would have been like, what? No. Just wanted to do it. If you're wondering why the jacks are bending on the crane, yeah, I never really dialed those in. They do work, though. They just strain a little bit, we'll say. Turn on the lights. Make it easier to see. Actually, that's might be blown out. We don't need that. It's you know what? It's the middle of the day. We should be fine. Make a reusable shuttle external tank and catch it with the crossbeam. No. No. Okay, extend the boom. Nope, 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 wrong one. Nope, we gotta take screenshots of this. We got to document this. Document this beauty. We gotta be careful because if we add more, as we add more look to this, it's counterweight's gonna do less and less. Yeah, just hit the SRB with the crane. Yeah, just hit it with the crane. It's fine. Cal controller wasn't synced up with actual rotation. Hold on. Now, how in the everlasting gobstopper are we gonna get this to work? Maybe switch these off, heaviest part, see what it does. Maybe we want to give them some movement. We're at maximum boom extension, guys. I gotta edge the crane forward. Taking it off of its jacks is probably not the smartest thing to do, but we're gonna do it. I think with this light of load, it shouldn't be an issue. This is like a no-no with operating cranes. Don't do this. You know, if you're ever operating your crane. But hopefully that got us close. Taking aerial operators class right now, and this is giving me so yeah, anxiety. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Retract the boom. I got another idea. Gonna have to go 180 on the boom, but we got to be careful because we're gonna have to undo that. Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous doing that. So note that I brought the payload, the crossbar, I brought it back down. So it doesn't have as much moment over the entire crane, because if the boom was still extended, we try to move this around, it would just flop all over the place. Have you spoken to KSA about this sort of gameplay? No. I actually haven't. If you want it to be a viable successor, you're gonna have to. Fair? Change idea. Build a starship and booster ring by ring and then launch, catch, and reuse. Mostly a joke. Yeah, I'm not doing that. No. Challenge idea. Yeah, no, we ain't doing that. Is this an engineering game? Yep. Rocket science. But it's a physics simulator at heart, dude, so... I know, Alex. I know what you guys mean. I'm just trying to operate this crane right now. I got you. I know what you're talking about. Up you go. There we go. Now we have the room to do this. Moment of truth. I'm not sure, dudes. We're kind of forcing it at this point, and it seems to be stuck. Gotta bring the boom. I'm like laser focused, dude. This could end so badly. Your cable is rigid. Yeah, because there's no cables in this game, dude. It's a bunch of hydraulics. It's a bunch of hydraulic cylinders all stacked on top of each other. It's basically a telescoping hydraulic. It's getting hung up on the fairing, dude. What is getting hung up over here? I'm so confused. There's... Maybe 173 will do it. Yeah, that's right, Wolf. You got it. I got a weird idea. Let's keep that unpowered. And see if we can get the damn thing to center itself. Oh my gosh. So I'm trying to see where those docking ports are, just in case people are wondering. See where the docking ports are? I'm trying to get them to attach to this crossbar that I'm installing with a crane. I don't know, dudes. Did you watch Lex Friedman's interview with Jeff Kaplan? I had part of it linked to me. I saw bits and pieces. Most likely, Storm. Yeah. Fairings have bizarre gliders. Okay. Come on. Come on, slide in. It doesn't want to. The SRBs are... I don't know if it's just the wonky gliders or the way I engineered this. It doesn't want to do it, dudes. Shame. Yeah, Gator Guy, I actually just noticed that this thing is backwards anyway, so it needs to be minus 172. This is gonna look funky, but yeah, Kerbal, you don't have to worry about parts colliding with each other unless you tell them to, so. Also, I think the crane's moving around down there. I don't think the jacks are holding it exactly in place. Because Kerbal. Maybe if we, you know, have this aligned correctly, that, you know, maybe it'll work. Come on. Like, I feel like we need a spreader bar here. Yeah, trying to force it in on the side is not going to work. It doesn't like it. I made the SRB attachment points way too rigid. All right. Here we go. Dude, I just want to reach right there and just push it, but I can't. Like, my brain's screwing with me. Come on, get past the fairing. Get past the fairing lip. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh. This is the first time I'm ever checking it, Rocket, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and probably say that some of these tolerances might be a little bit out of whack. Oh, don't explode! Get it away, get it away, get it away, get it away, and get it away fast. Dude, I kind of forced it, but it worked. Let me take some readings here. Turn on the Aero UI. Is this thing pointed straight up? It's 89.6. That's almost exact. Yep, that's the reciprocal. These ones should be 90. Control from here. Pitch 0, 90. Good. 0 to 70.2. That's within 0.2 of a degree. The SRB's still vertical, though. That SRB is pointed straight up. 89.9. They are within 1/10. Holy crap, that actually freaking worked. Whoa. Yeah, I know you guys can't really see it. I'm sorry. It's the 4K monitor. I don't have any way to make that window bigger. You all right, or? It was wagging its tail or something. I think we could do with a little bit of a revamp with the crane, but the concept is there. Hey, nice crane. Let's see Paul Allen's crane. Well, spreader bar with pistons for fine adjustment. Yeah, maybe. How would we do that with our external tank, though? When it's the strut, that would be really easy, but it's not. It's the ET. No? Dude, that actually freaking worked. Now, here's the tough part. Hierarchically, this is not going to be happy. The reason why it's not going to be happy is because there is an undock. There is an undock. There's an undock. And make primary docking node. Alright. Here's the part where this gets really, really complicated. I need to undock that docking port. The reason why is because the game is not reading this as SRB attachment with the attachment crossbar SRB. The SRB and the attachment crossbar are one vehicle here, right? Connected to the launch pad. And then this SRB is connected to the launch pad. Now, see, I know because that says make primary. Now, this is a pretty good save state. We're in a pretty good save state. We know that that works. Before I go and screw with this, right? This is the big problem that I've been trying to figure out for years. When I undock that port, it'll snap dock to that port. What happens when that happens? Does the whole thing blow up? I don't know. Take screenshots? Well, that's about as good as our screenshots are going to get. So, guys, Kerbals are at a safe distance inside of armored trucks and cranes, so... and the SRBs aren't fueled. They aren't fueled at all, so... I'm thinking, let's go. See what happens when we undock this. This is why I was saying to me, make each hold down separate. I am well aware why you said it, dude. I know. I want to see what happens this way first. That's why I said, I was like, wait, hold up. I'm sorry for asking. I've been working. Why did you use your mobile crane instead of the tall stacking crane? Tall stacking crane I would need to have been redesigned to do something like this. I have 2 pads now, Fluffy, for each SRB instead of 1. So the crane would have to be made wider, and I thought that this would be more fun to do because I considering that crane already works. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see what she does. See if it snap docks and what happens. Ready? 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Hold on. So the hierarchy is indicating correctly. If that's attached to grandparent part, it was running an auto strut up there and then over and then down. So that's right. It's right. Yeah, that seems to have moved the whole pad. No, no, no. New crawler design confirmed. I mean, we got to be careful about Kerbal construction here. Kerbal construction is not going to work very well with this. Well, at least with this pad design. Would we need to refuel the Separatrons as well? Yes. Rockets, I kind of concluded that if we can do this, we could probably do it with Separatrons too. It would require some reprogramming of the thrust controllers. Yeah, that Kerbal's on the red crew. Exactly, Luigi. Yep. How are the auto struts looking? I don't like the sideways hierarchy like that, but... oh well! This is probably gonna come apart at the seams, dude. But, you know, whatever. It's gonna be fun. Firing chain is armed. On the left SRB. Firing chain is armed on the right SRB. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
This is working. Nice. Yes, this is perfect. I inverted the control point and it freaked out, but that was on me. Collisions, huh? Interesting. Thrust tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Oh, there's the bracer bar. So long. It held together. Oh, you did have an observation. What's overheating? The SRB gets a little angry. I wish I probably should have put chutes on the bracer bar too, but... Oops, what did we lose? It looks like we lost the adapter. Looks like we lost the booster. Supposed to land in water, that's why. If they just landed over there, all this stuff would be intact. Why do the nose cones detach? On the real boosters, they detach to let the drogue chute go and deploy the main chutes. So guys, that thing stayed remarkably together. When I inverted the control point, it really started to get angry. But once I shut the SAS off, even after having an inverted control point and got to SRB staging, it worked. That worked just fine. Like, that worked alarmingly well. It was working. And now, using Kerbal construction to run struts might be a little bit of a problem. I'm probably going to redo the boosters so they keep their nose cone and they just come down in one piece. This is already difficult enough, but also that was basically everything to do like reuse. If those SRBs were attached to a space shuttle and an external tank, that would have made it into space. The one kind of is Kerbal construction. The one real big problem that I had obviously was putting the crossbar in. That was the big one. But running that strut. But I noticed when I put the Kerbal on the launch pad and then ran the strut, it didn't freak out as much. For what it's worth. Let's go take a look at the pad. What is that? Can you exo-atmospheric deceleration burn? Yeah. Yeah, we're doing an exo-atmospheric one. Yeah, it's going to be great. It signifies our operational excellence. Like that? Do you ever build with a flight termination system for range safety purposes? Nah, there ain't nobody around here. How about that, huh? Dude, that worked really well. I'm actually taken aback how well that worked. Aqualex, can you believe that? I thought that was gonna explode. I was like ready for it to explode, like being very careful, making sure the Kerbals weren't near it or anything. Look, intact. Like I was like, this thing's gonna pop and it's gonna suck, but. Why did the turtle from Finding Nemo become a frat finance bro? When did FTSs start coming into play with rockets? Since the beginning? Dude, even the separation worked. The separation worked correctly. Like, yeah, dude, if I took those SRBs and attached them to the shuttle, that would have worked. That stack would have made it into space. Yeah, that would have worked. See, Aqualex, my running theory, and I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to jinx it, but my running theory was same vessel collision and hybrid tech will hold it in place, and I was right. But one singular test is nothing. That's all right. Will the hierarchy stay correct with the shuttle? It should. It should. Whoa, your money's still on a lucky coincidence. We'd have to try it again. Yeah, we'd have to try it again, dudes. Do it again? Hey, Creation. It's been a bit. Guess what gas is up to in Calgary now? No, I don't want to talk about that. That's wild, dude. I can't believe that. I can't believe that worked. And dude, even the pad is fine. This pad is 100% good to go, like easily reusable. Not that this is going to be the final version. I just duplicated a Freedom 7 pad for testing because I thought it would work right, but guys, do we have a clip of You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. Biggie. Sorry. ESA 1. Here. I need to go back here, and I need to watch my stream. There's two of me. All right, I want to see this with audio. So this is a replay. Look, it's me. There's two of me. Oh no. T-minus 10, 9. Let's watch. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was good, man. That was real good. It defaulted to the wrong vehicle, but that won't happen when the shuttle's attached to it. So I set the control point there, but that control point is on a demotorized hinge, which I didn't check. I should have lined that up and set the right control point. So I was thinking, set it to the lower control point, right? But dude, up until this point, that thing is perfectly stable. That is flying. That's fine. Yeah, that's super nice, actually. I inverted the control point and it did a proton. But the fact that she pretty much stayed together.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Poison also gifted that sub to Pigzig. Thank you.
This is working.
Yeah, okay. Okay, pal.
Nice. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah.
inverted the control point and it freaked out, but that was on me.
Is it supposed to do that? That was not expected behavior. That was out of family behavior, but that was induced from me, so.
Collisions, huh?
So what I'm really looking for, guys, is how parallel the boosters stay to each other. Are the boosters, are they doing this? That's because that they can torque like that. They'll do it in Kerbal, and if you didn't have your aft SRB attachment struts on SLS in the shuttle, they would do this. It would really want to try to bend it out of whack, but it didn't do it. It stayed together. That strut down there, that one strut that we ran is perfect. It's working just fine.
Interesting. Thrust sailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation.
Worked. Now, what I wanted to see is if we can get a shot of the bracket, the one that we installed with the crane. I should have looked at that thing up close, but I honestly wasn't expecting to get this far, so. So the bracket doesn't have it doesn't have its thermometers on it because they broke off. They broke off when the vehicle freaked out. So, Woolian, what I did here was I put my SRBs, I put the pad out with 2 empty SRBs on it. I used one of my telescoping cranes to install the bracket where the external tank would be, where the ET would end up. And I did end up getting the bracket installed, and I set the hierarchy correctly by undocking the SRB, this SRB from the pad. It coupled up here, locked everything into position, and then I went and launched it. I launched the SRBs in tandem, and they worked. I fueled them too, and then we launched them, and they worked. This test is exceeding every expectation. The only difficult part that we had was installing the bracket with the crane. But if I design a purpose-built crane to do it, like an integration crane with the external tank, It should not be near, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, fellas, that's, this works. And it works good. I think we need to do more testing. I need to be able to repeat this. I need to show that I can do that. But just a dude playing a dude, watching another dude, watching a rocket who's disguised as another dude. Dude, yeah, that worked. We need to redesign the forward SRB assemblies, though, guys. They need to be redesigned. The fairing is causing the fairing. It's actually not the fairing, to be honest with you guys. I'm just gonna make the SRB so the nose cones don't pop off. They'll be easier to fish out of the water if we choose to go and do that. Dude, Wooly, watch. This, I can't believe how well this thing actually took off the pad. It didn't like do this. It didn't do this. The boosters didn't turn. It just went straight. There was a little bit of a slew to that side, but that's about it. That was it. That's all. Watch. Like, let me see it in slow motion. Playback speed. Go down over here. Mute me so I don't sound like I'm crazy. 9. That's really, dude, that's really good. Like, fellas, I'm like, okay, it works. That works really well. Once again, my only thing is Kerbal construction, but that, guys, look at that damn ignition. We put that together. We put those SRBs together outside of the freaking VAB. Dude, even the ignition looks good. No deviations, no flapping, no nothing. Just up. Just up. That's it. All systems, I wasn't expecting this to work this well. Dude, look at that. That's sick. Dude, if I put a shuttle in an external tank on, if instead of the bracket, if I just picked up my ET and shuttle and put them on there, we would have made it into space. At least we would have made it to staging. I know we would have made it to staging. I didn't put the SRBs on the stand this time, Sea Kraken, but I demonstrated that I could do it. I did put one on an individual stand. This craft file had them in a fixed position, but I had them in the exact fixed position that I had the SRBs in when I set them down with the crane. I used Freedom 7's pad to use my gantry crane to put one down. Wait a minute. Huh. You're seeing 4 double EJs. Yeah, I won't, for more of our SRB testing, I won't need to redesign the gantry crane. Not at least for now. You see how the pads are side by side, guys, right? Like I have, so how my original pad works is you have the pad here and the gantry crane moves like this, right? If I took a pad here and then put one in front of it instead of to the side of it, like if we put 2 in a row like this, the gantry crane can just move and we could just put the boosters together. Now, once again, that won't be good for building the entire shuttle stack, but I could replicate this and it would be much easier to install the crossbar with the gantry crane than it was with the freaking telescoping crane. IMO, that separate testing does not represent that it could work conjoined. Full integration testing is needed. Well, that's where my mind is going. I'm being very incremental in my steps. on purpose. I didn't just... Yeah, God Nukes. Of course I remember that. Yarg's still around, dude. He's here. He gave me crap when my team lost the Super Bowl. So, you know, he's still around. He's here from time to time. Now there are two of them in the thumbnail. Hey, Resident. Hope you're doing good. Been stuck on the VOD squad for a while. Not had a chance to catch live. 2026 is not my year, dude. I hear you, man. Oh, there's Yarg. Hi, Yarg. No, Kraken, I didn't make the assumption. In my mind, so I'll give you my rationale for doing this test. In my mind, okay, there's no point in trying to see if I can stack two of these things if I can't put the crossbar in. If we can't put the crossbar in, it's not worth it. I demonstrated that one could be stacked. So the next logical step in my mind is to do the crossbar. Because why do I need to demonstrate I could stack two, right? Maybe do that again later. But I was going to redesign the pad. I wanted to move to this test because this addresses the docking port vessel hierarchy, which is the biggest thing that I've been trying to figure out. SRB to pad, right? You install the crossbar. The crossbar doesn't dock to both SRBs. It attaches to one, and then it has a secondary docking port on the second SRB, guys, right? So what you have to do is you have to unbutton this thing from the pad and tell the game that the SRB is connected to the strut. It's connected to the crossbar and the other SRB. If I had put all that stuff into place and I didn't do that docking port swap thing that I'm telling you guys about, if I went to launch it, one SRB in the strut would go in one direction and the other SRB would go in the other direction. They wouldn't attach. That's why I'm sitting here watching this test, like, just... Yeah, that's, Are you gonna try to bottle the pad and buy it? No, I'll make it myself. We can do it and it won't be a lot of parts, dude. Yeah. Would using a claw clamp thingamabob work instead of docking ports? No, claws are they're imprecise.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Man, I wish I had the telemetry for this. Bro, that is really good. Like, that exceeded expectations. Bobna, 2-month resub. Now, what I'm doing here is testing controllability. That was really good. Cool. That's sick. You want to do it again? Want to do it again? I mean, you have KRPC, telemetry modeling is there. Yeah. Dude, it freaking launched. I can't believe that. It launched and it worked. That's wild, dude. That's wild to me. All right. So I can abstract the whole crane thing again, guys. We don't need to do that again. I just needed to prove that, you know, you could get that brace in there. It was right there. Can I do it again? I'm sorry, Mr. Ventura, but if we don't leave now, we won't make the plane. Of course. How selfish of me. Let's do all the things that you want to do. I'm wondering how the external tank is going to work, how that's all going to go. The absolute worst case scenario is I can tick the SRBs out just a little bit so we can get more clearance there. So I'm going to recover the crane, right? I'm going to recover the crane. I'm going to leave that Kerbal out there. I'm going to leave Thomas up there with more struts so he could strut the thing together for us. So let's go over here like this. Haven't you done this before, building a shuttle outside the VAB? No, never. Ever. More or less gotten the proof of concept to work, Shaw. Hello and goodbye, EJ. I have to do some essay writing. Hi, James. Bye, James. I never done that. I've never done it with the shuttle. In fact, every time I've tried to do it with the shuttle, it has ended very poorly. How much RAM is Kerbal using? That was an awfully long load time. Oh, 17 gigs. Nah, whatever. I got 100. It don't matter. Say Smith. None of this matters. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do for this next test. I'm going to abstract this. And I'll get my crossbar, the ET bracket, the thing that we were using, right? And what I'm going to do is take it and I'm going to attach it in almost the exact same way that the crane would have attached it, meaning docked to one side, like that. These struts don't need to be there because they would be connecting to the non-existent external tank. So that one is attached. That one is not. And our control point is correct this time, right? So Sea Kraken, if this thing works, this is a major milestone. It is a major milestone that proves the concept. That was the biggest one, dude. Now, Shaw, you said like, oh, haven't you done this with the shuttle? Dude, I've done everything but that with the shuttle. I've taken the shuttle, put it on the shuttle carrier aircraft, yeeted the shuttle off the back, done approach and landing tests with it. Right? We've done that. I've lifted up the shuttle, put it on a transporter, be able to drive it around. I have the stair truck so Kerbals can ingress after wheel stop. I have safing vehicles. I have transport vehicles. I've tried to build an OPF before, but that's something that we have to do. I mean, shouldn't be too bad. That shouldn't be hard. Yeah, dude, we've done all this. Like, I've done everything but this. That needs to go right there. Okay. Let's put it out on the pad. Let's see what it does. No, never put one together for a launch. Yeah, never did that. I'm surprised the hierarchy is allowing you to do it. Dude, me too. That's why I'm like sitting here going, did that just happen? Because the thing that I've been, like, I got the two SRBs to work together after installing them, quote unquote, individually. I haven't done it yet, but the way this craft file is set up, it'll do it. That's like, dude, that's huge. that opens up all kinds of crazy stuff. Dude, not only can we build shuttles, I can build SLS. We could build SLS. We could build an Ares 5. We could do direct. Like, there... We will do insane things with this. Yeah. So could you show us your driver's license? No. Music. All right. So just as before, this should have a make primary docking node. No, that has undock. Okay, let me look at the hierarchy here. Visualize our auto struts. Yeah, okay. So see, there's a red line right there. See the red line? There's no red line connecting there. That means if we went to launch this right now, one SRB and the crossbar would go off in one direction and the other one would go off in another direction. This stuff would go that way, this stuff would go that way. Now let's get my Kerbal out. Okay? All right, just... What are you doing? Actually, before we do all that, I have to set the hierarchy correctly. Okay. It's gonna switch over. Ready? This is the big hurdle that was the big deal last time. And... I guess that's not a problem anymore. I wouldn't be able to tell you when they fixed that, but, you know... That, dude, I don't know when that means that's been fixed for years. Like, years. When was the last patch for KSP1? Oh, crap. That's been a thing for freaking years, man. The developers must have done something right after I tested this theory and stuff was blowing up. I mean, it seems to work just fine. Either that or same vessel collision and hybrid tech are keeping it stable, which, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably what's going on. Okay. Disable the firing chain. January 2023. It's got to be the hybrid tech, guys. Hybrid tech and what we learned from mission mode is doing this. Okay. Let's open up the SRBs. Right? Open up the SRBs. Go in here like this. We need to activate them. Turn them both on. They're not going to do anything because they don't have any fuel. Now they will, though. All right. SRB fueling. Probably Aqualix. Dude, they may have. That's not out of the realm of possibility. I think hybrid tech is what's making this work. Hybrid tech is what's doing it. Physics-less guide parts, like my SRB hold down points, and the fact that the SRBs are hanging on, they're colliding with this thing, the tube right there. And a faster PC that keeps up with the physics ticks. That's a good point. That Ryzen, though. Yeah, dude. We've picked up a rate. Let me just visualize the auto struts and make sure it matches what I've seen previously. Yep. Yep. Note the line goes all the way across and down. So that's, if I separate this from the pad, it's going to act as one vehicle. But what I have to do, we need Buddy to run that strut. Let's test it again. So it worked a lot better when he was up on the actual launch pad. When I tried to go into inventory down here, the pad kept slewing around. But when I put him here, yeah, same result. It jostled around a little bit, but it didn't move. Okay, backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. Okay. Disable the refueling. SRB firing chain is armed. Man, with a shuttle attached to the side, this thing is gonna thwang. Okay, let's try this again. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster detected. Mint. Adjust control point. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Roger, roll complete. Any movement? Nothing. Solid as a rock, dude. That ain't going nowhere. Okay, pitch over. Throttling back for max Q. The SRBs are pre-programmed to do that. See, now they're going to throttle. Okay, that's the thrust tail off. They're going a little bit faster because usually there's a shuttle and an external tank going with them. And we've made it to orbit. Thrust tailing off. SRB standing by for separation. Alright, does it work? Ready? What happened here? Okay. I see what I did. That was a decouple node because I attached it in the editor so it stayed with the SRB. Got it. Yeah, those ain't coming down for a little while, so let's just go back down to the pad. Oh, crap, dude. Oh, okay, we weren't close. Holy balls, that scared the piss out of me. I was like, there's no way. We almost hit the space station, dude. That would have been something. I would have quit. I would have been like, no. I'm never touching this game again, dude. Was there ever discussion in designing the shuttle to do a Titan 3 launch style where the core does an air start for the shuttle engines? I bet you it was discussed at some point, but I can't. I don't know off the top of my head. Pad's fine. So the only difference in the separation between this one and the last test was that because I attached it in the editor versus having it docked to each other, it stuck with it during separation, but the separation mechanism looked perfect. That was fine. I don't think those boosters are surviving that re-entry. Nah, probably not. Yeah, the SRBs definitely, 2 SRBs working together definitely sent it. But yeah, guys, that's fine. Fine, dude. That worked great, actually. Right, Bill? That'd be crazy. It was the crane that does that, Bill. Or not Bill. G. It's the crane that does that. I can fix that. I gotta redesign the crane anyway. I just can't believe this thing, like, look, it's fine. Pad's fine, dude, see? Yeah, see, Greg, I know, right? How dare I? The crane needs to be replaced after a little while, but gee, I can use hybrid tech to prevent the drift. We can use hybrid tech to prevent that from happening. They're like... Yeah, dudes, yeah, this is... It works. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. It works. It works great. It works fine. Los Cavanos, no, it's not. That crossbar...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, if you haven't seen the whole thing that I've been doing, you're saying, is it not a bad idea to keep the crossbar attached to one SRB to recover and perhaps integrate when you lift the SRBs to the pad again? That would be a good idea, but except in my design. Let me show you the big design first. Hey, Cody, 1 year. Thank you. It's gonna take a second to load this Kerbal. Long story short, that hang on. Pigro, the reason why it stayed on that last test is I attached it in the editor versus installing it with a crane outside of the VAB. I'm 100% positive that that's the reason why that happened. But yeah, getting around that multi-port docking thing that you're talking about has been that's a huge hurdle that we just did. Hey, Hunter. So, Los Cavanos, that crossbar is part of the external tank. That's why that's not going to happen. It's part of my ET. Here, look at the block 1 for the orbiter. Watch. So this is the shuttle stack that ultimately will be launched. We'd want to launch. There's my SRBs that we were just testing. But if you look, see the crossbar right there? That's what holds my external tank together. So it would be good to keep it on there for reintegration, but what it's attached to does not get reused. That's the problem. See what I mean? It's part of the ET. See, now I'm really wondering with construction, how the heck are we going to get that attached? With Kerbal construction, how's that going to work? Bad boys for life. Just make the SRBs as a perma-strutted pair. They fly together, they glide together. Pad boys for life. That was actually a concept, dude. Somebody thought of that, having the two SRBs just separate and they stay together and actually become a flyback booster. Kerbal and a cherry picker. Yeah. Sounds like some Voltron crap. Yeah. What's a flyback booster? So, Bob, you know how Falcon 9 boosts back and then lands, right? A flyback booster would boost back, and instead of vertically landing, it lands on a runway. Flyback booster. Flyback booster. They were working on it. Boeing was working on one, and then they pulled out of the project after being awarded a sole source contract for the XS-1 program for prototype flyback booster technology. And then, yeah, they pulled out of the program because because of the 737 MAX. You can thank Dennis Muhlenberg for that. Yeah. They were like, well, we can't work on this because we have to fix the 737 MAX. So they pulled out of the program after DARPA gave them money. Want to see something cool? Want to see something cool? They started building its launch complex. Thanks, Boeing. Appreciate that one. You built a version where the two boosters dock together after separating. I remember that, Yarg. I remember you building that. Didn't they test an RS-25 a bunch of times? Yeah, that was the AR-22 program. Yeah, this flyback booster was going to have a single shuttle engine in it. A single Block 2 SSME that was modified to be an AR-22. The Aerojet Rocketdyne 22. Oh, you want to get mad at this? Watch. This, dude, when this article came out, I was so pissed. 10 tests in 10 days. Aerojet Rocketdyne put an AR-22 out on the A2 test stand at Stennis, which an AR-22, remember, it's just off-the-shelf shuttle components, right? They took an AR-22, put it on the stand, fired it 10 times in 10 days. And it worked. Every time. 10 times in 10 days, dudes. You know what pisses me off about that? That means an off-the-shelf shuttle motor, an off-the-shelf shuttle engine could be fired 10 times in 10 days. The reason why that's frustrating if you're not a big space flight fan or newer to this. NASA, when the shuttle was flying, every time the shuttle came back, they would take the RS-25s out of the shuttle. They'd take the engines out and engine swap it. Every time. Because they said the RS-25 yeah, it's safer if we just rebuild the engine every time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like a top fuel dragster. It's safer if we do that. Is it now? You sure about that? Nobody ever thought, through the entirety of the shuttle program, no one ever thought of taking the engine and like actually trying to reuse it like 10 times without it being rebuilt. Nobody ever thought of doing that. No one ever thought of doing that. Trojan, what's up, man? 84-month resub. No one ever thought of doing this. Throughout the 30 years that that thing was flying, no one ever thought to do that. That pisses me. That's bullshit. Oops, excuse me. Sorry. My fault. That is bull patootie. bull patootie. Aerojet Rocketdyne did, but after the program ended. Yep. Yeah, like, no, I know. This is, do you guys understand? That's what I mean when I say the shuttle program was a programmatic failure. It's not the vehicle. It ain't the shuttle. It ain't the external tanks. It ain't the boosters. Every single problem that program encountered can be traced to someone making a moronic decision. Has nothing to do with the design. I will say the design is pretty damn freaking good. Isn't it interesting how people who built the engine knows better than the people operating it? Yeah, it's weird. Is the file for your shuttle build available for download? It looks awesome. Nope. Dan, I release pretty much any craft file that I want, that people ask for. The shuttle is one that I don't. It's an old, let's call it a blue law of the stream. Kind of hate the Air Force forcing major redesigns. I just made the vehicle more capable in my mind, dude. Like I said, every single decision that led to shuttle disasters, that led to so-called design flaws in the program, was not the result of actual, like, bad hardware. Even though the hardware always gets blamed, they blame the O-rings. They blame the foam on the external tank. What they don't tell you is, so them blaming the O-rings, NASA blaming the O-rings for Challenger and the foam on the external tank for causing a strike on the way up and punching a hole in the thermal protection system. Them blaming the foam and the O-rings for the two shuttle disasters would be like if you took a Prius and you drove it off a cliff, right? And then said, oh, the tires went flat, I can't get home, what a crappy design. Why are you driving a Prius off a cliff? You know they can't fly, right? Oh, yeah, well, it's a terrible design because I tried to make it fly and it didn't. It's like, what? Oh. STS scrubbed a lot. Was the reason, what was the reason usually? Lack of flight cadence, J-Speed? Lack of flight cadence. Same exact problem that is getting at SLS right now. It's exactly the same problem. When the pad sits for 3 years, what are you going to do? Pad sits for 3 years. What are you going to do? In fact, it was known that the O-rings were out of temp. They're out of spec. Yeah, exactly. Morton Thiokol didn't design it to launch in the cold. And then they launched it in the cold and the O-rings had erosion. They had SRB blow-by. Well-known phenomenon. They knew something and they didn't do anything about it. That's user error. That's not that Morton Thiokol made a bad O-ring. That's not the O-ring's fault. It's not the O-ring's fault. Morton Thiokol said, don't launch the damn thing, and you did, and it didn't work. That's weird. Wow, shocked Pikachu face, right? Like, I'm telling you, I've read so much about this damn program. Every single freaking idiotic problem that happened that would, make the shuttle program, the perception of the program worse was because of some idiot making decisions like that. Like, it's truly dumbfounding how stupid some of the decisions they made were. Like, it's... What do you mean the SRB can blow up? Like, and you want to launch? Yeah, we got to launch. We got a schedule to keep, Bob. Like, are you shitting me right now? What's wrong with you? Are you dumb? It might explode. Like, yeah, but we got a schedule to keep. It's like, bro, no, we don't. You ain't going to keep your schedule if there's no shuttle left. Yeah, there you go, Ernok, right? Yeah, the wind shear too. Oh yeah, let's just launch with red when the range is red. Screw it. Whatever. What could happen? Who needs the range? We got a schedule to keep. This is a high-profile launch. We got to put this teacher into space. God, these people are stupid. That person, dude, the person who signed off on that decision, I've said this many times on stream, I'll say it again. The person that signed off on STS-51L to launch that day should be in jail for involuntary manslaughter. You should be in jail. You killed 7 people. Like, bro, you should be in jail. I'm just saying. They should have taken the Rogers Commission, right? Presented those findings in the court of law and been like, yo, you signed off on the decision. It is 100% your fault. You need to take accountability in this prison cell. Like, bro, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know, James. He might be. It probably is. How long ago was it? 40 years ago at this point? But honestly, they should have thrown him in jail. You should be in jail. Dude still doesn't accept responsibility. The guy that signed off on launching STS-51L that day is a murderer. Like, this is not a matter of perception or a matter of point of view. You involuntarily killed 7 people because of your negligent decision. If I get in a car well intoxicated and I run over 7 people and I say, well, I was drunk, I couldn't do anything about it. Whose fault is that? You're going to jail. Like, you are going to jail. Like, I'm just saying. It's the barkeeper's fault. Yep. Have you read Alan J. McDonald's book? I don't think I have, but I've read a lot of the Rogers Commission, and by a lot, I mean, like, all of it. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, the shuttle is an amazing design. I will say it once, I'll say it again. I don't like the shuttle just because I grew up with it, even though that's a lot of that has a lot to do with it. The shuttle is absolute god tier aerospace engineering. It really is. Yeah. It's like you have a Formula 1 car and you don't know how to drive it, so you blew the engine and then you blame the Formula 1 car. Like, no. No, it's an awesome design. Rockwell made it. Rockwell, the same people that made the freaking CSM and the B-1B and the P-51 Mustang. Rockwell wasn't in the business of making bad aircraft. Okay? They weren't in the business of doing that. That was the other guys. He died in 2016, almost 10 years ago. Good, and can rot in hell. How about that, Sawyer? That decision, like, dude, I don't take this stuff lightly. That decision screwed our space. It screwed the entire shuttle program. Like, the entire shuttle program. Can you imagine where we'd be if that guy just said, launch on the 29th. We'll be fine. Let's solve that O-ring problem. Can you imagine where we'd be? Just asking, did the shuttle already have a wind shear or upper wind limit in the books? Absolutely. We'd be up to STS-300 easy. I'll bet you the shuttle or some better iteration of it would still be flying, dude. RJ, if I get this pad working, I will design it so we could launch HLV or the shuttle off of it. We'd still be using the shuttle in an upgraded form. Yeah, Jen, exactly. Love that thing, man. Challenger would still be here and the butterfly effect would have saved the freak accident that hit Columbia. Columbia happened because of infrequency of launch. Infrequency of launch, non-reliable ground servicing equipment due to infrequency of launch, and that caused big problems with the foam. Okay, now add tile flags. Man, shut up. Shut up, punk! Don't we have some kind of iteration of shuttle built without the shuttle? Hey, we got Starship. Starship's cool. Starship should be able to do what this thing can do. I just wish that SpaceX kind of... Yeah. Yeah. I wish, and don't get me wrong, this will happen. This will come in good time, guys. I just wish that they kind of clued us in a little bit more as to what is this? What does the starship that goes to the moon look like? What does HLS look like? What does tankers look like? Like, it feels like we're just kind of sitting here like, hey, there's another tube. There's your Starlink payload bay. That's neat, I guess. Oh, you mean SLS? Yeah, it's not the same. I don't know. Maybe Artemis 2 will change my mind. But you don't like tubes? Oh, I like Tank Wancha just as much as the next guy, but... Dude, I just want to point out, just on a quick side note, I actually used one of my telescoping cranes that I spent an ungodly amount of time building. We actually used one, and it did something. I just want to point that out. I'm pretty happy with that. I actually used a telescoping crane to move something that was vital for a launch. That's also the first time we've done that. I've never used that crane for anything but shenanigans at this point. Who have the best Fields Right model for the moon landing to you? I don't know, Curl. That's what I mean. We don't really have a really big fleshed out version of what HLS actually looks like, dude, so... Add no longer useless to the file notes. No longer useless. I have other cranes. Do you guys want to see the other cranes? Just as like a bonus to this ridiculously long Kerbal stream. You want to see my cranes? 95, I used it to put the crossbar in. Dude, we made that. I made that and I flew it because of the docking port hierarchy. Okay, like serious time. I docked one SRB to the pad, docked the other SRB to the pad, and then I used the crane to put the cross brace up there, and then I used a Kerbal to strut the two SRBs together where the aft attachment point was, where the aft attachment point should be, to simulate an external tank being there. And then I undocked one SRB, expecting a snap dock and expecting the entire thing to blow up in my face, but it didn't. It didn't, dude. It locked it all together, and then it launched just fine. Oh yeah, it's real. ET-less shuttle stack isn't real. It can't hurt you. Or is it? Now, check it out. See? Was that a fit check, or did they actually launch that? Well, this is from so if they needed to move processing of a shuttle stack from one high bay to the other, they could pull the crawler out and drive it into another high bay. Now, with that being said, this is not near the high bays. I have no idea what they were doing here. I don't know. The MLP3 is a long way away from the VAB just to be switching high bays. You know what I mean? I can only watch this if you perfectly mirror your expression the entire launch. No, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. I don't need to do that. Ever. They were just taking their boosters for a walk, don't you know? Yeah. But that means we can build this. And that. And that. Oh, hello. And that. And all of that. Hey, baby. Wait, go back. I want to see the cars. Tin grill. Nice. Tin grill. What is that? 76? 77? Something like that? I know that the vertical, like, running lights was only 1 year. All right, guys. Which one in the picture do you want? You want the C10 that's over there? The F250? The G20? Or the K20? I'll be 100% honest with you. I want the Ford, but I'll take that K20. I'd take that K20, but I'd take the Ford too, or the van. Van's good too. But that van's 4x2. It's not 4-wheel drive, so a lot of people take the F250. That C10 over there is wicked nice though. It's what, a 72? 71 or a 72 C10 over there. That Caddy over there, the Eldorado, is pretty good. What's in the foreground of this picture? Oh, dude. K-car. Nice. Bro, a Ranchero. Dude, I want every car in this picture. Is that bad? Freaking Ranchero over there. That's like a... looking at the grill, that's like a 71 or a 72 Ranchero. That looks like an 86 square body. There's a freaking K5 Blazer over there. There's a... Oh, dude. K10 step side. Like 75 or 76. That's a really nice truck. Those are worth money nowadays, dude. In fact, all of these go for a pretty Look, there's 2 Volkswagen Beetles. It's a K car. There's 2 Volkswagen Beetles right there. No, seriously, that's an old 911. Bro, somebody has a 911 that works at the pad? All right. Bro, where'd you get all that money? No way. What's that doing there? Look at that. Who knows what that is? Pretty cool, huh? Probably a supervisor. Yeah, you're probably right. Dude, all these pictures from Vandenberg that I have are sick. There is one I wanted to show you guys, though. Oh, nice Dodge. There is one I wanted to show you. It's this picture. You guys want to see something funny? Hilux? Well, it was a Toyota 4x4. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did they demolish all the structures at Slick 6 after the Air Force pulled out? They're still there, dude, but they're gonna destroy them. That's Bechtel's logo from the 80s. Just thought I'd let you know. That's the same people that built the ML, dudes. That's how I know that it's not entirely Bechtel's fault that mobile launcher costs so much. It is a lot their fault, but it's not entirely their fault. They have experience building space infrastructure. They have pretty damn good experience doing it. Yep. What do we got? A K50? What do we got over there? GM van? G20 maybe? Dude, Grove Crane. Hell yeah. That thing is sick. That's an old Grove Crane. Oh, dude. All these pictures are so good. No, we gifted a sub to Bechtel. All right. There's so many good pictures here, dude. Oh, man. W250. K5 Blazer. Space Shuttle. Everything is still there as you see it now. Yep. You take the cop car. It's a K5 Blazer, dude. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Look, there's the SRB processing facility at Vandenberg. Actually, this is public information.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
That building is where... I will ban you, Nova. That building is where SpaceX does their West Coast booster reprocessing. It's the SRB. It's the old SRB processing facility. At Slick 6. Yep. I know people that work in that building. Actually, ex-viewers work in that building, dude. Is that weird or what? I think there's an Astrovan back there, yeah. It's, the SRB processing facility is this one right here. It's that facility. That's where the Falcon 9 West Coast fleet is. Identify the cars from this picture. Nice ones. All right, cool. Ex-viewer. Yeah. Viewers that work for SpaceX don't have much time to watch the stream. They're in here from time to time. I can't say who, though. They choose to remain anonymous. Or on a moose or something. I don't know. They said they don't want to... They said something about meese. I don't know. Oh. Oh. Hey, baby. Bechtel's down here building an extension Cheniere plant in the Aransas Pass. You go on Earth, you can see the building. I mean, dude, they do all kinds of heavy infrastructure. Brother. Dude, that just looks right, man. That looks so good. Like, so good. Ah, Gator Guy, I haven't finished the Pillar of Autumn. Really enjoyed watching the streams when I was at the hospital. Oh, right on, man. Well, Satisfactory 1.2 came out. Maybe we'll try it. Maybe we'll play it again next week or something. The tank is real. The SRBs are real casings, but they don't have anything inside of them. There's no solid rocket fuel in there. Have you got to do a full walkthrough of a NASA facility? Yeah. I mean... Oh, I don't... Hold on. Give me a second. Is that good enough, comic? Is that a production? Is that good enough for a walkthrough of a NASA facility? More cars to identify. Natch, 40 more to go.
Discovery,
Cheers,
go at
friend.
throttle up.
Thanks, man. You're good with Photoshop. I will tell you that I was actually there, see? Let me point. Bro, it was windy that day, okay? It was super windy. The whole mobile launcher was doing this, okay? You look like a Tumu Bob Vila. Thank you. Your green screen skills are superb. You guys gotta go and ruin it. You're ruining it! Hey, you guys want to see another one? Look. How's that? Look at these nerds. What was your favorite part? The rockets. I have hair. I still have hair. Ish. If I cut it, yeah, I can make it look like that. Yeah, you know, that picture's like from 10 years ago, right? Pictures from 10 years ago. Fudge. Should have offered me a job. Oh, come on now. I'm trying to see what other pictures I have just sitting around on the Imager. Dude, I have... Guys. Oh, wow. Look at this. Any of you at Starbase? Oh. Hey, Steve. I remember the stream when you got to drive around KSC with the press passes. That was fun. Yeah. Brother, I had no idea what I was doing here. I don't think you hang with Das enough. I talk to Das every week nowadays. Bob, yeah. The hinges, dude. The freaking hinges. Oh my god. Holy crap. That was, I just went and found the oldest album that I had on my Imager, which I haven't checked in... Brother. Dude. You've got to be kidding me. And that right there is Mark I Collins. That's the first generation orbiter. I know, Yarg, I know. Does it still work? There's no way that thing flies correctly. I don't know. Mach looks like 50-50. So that is the 5th generation orbiter. Wow. Jason, yeah, that was Jason's hinge design. He made the cantilever. Because I did not, Steve, I did not understand mechanics well enough to do that at the time. No, this is... No, it's not Bicom, no. That was before that. That's what you had to do to make stuff like that back in the day, man. Crazy, huh? All right. Well, that was good. That was real good. Yeah, that's how primitive it used to be. Yep. Ancient KSP UI. Yeah. Yeah. Steampunk shuttle. Yep. That's DOS, all right. Is that DOS? Yep. Yeah, man. That is such a flex that would destroy Sawyer anytime, anywhere. Yeah, I don't do that, man. He's my boy. I like giving him crap. Actually, we figured out that Sawyer's a grammar Nazi, so we could just make bad grammar jokes and yeah. So, hi Sawyer. I'm totally not gonna do that. I swear. Don't take stuff for granted, chat. Bro, I can't believe we got that damn shuttle working. We got the SRB. I can't believe the SRBs played nice like that. The next thing that we gotta do, so in part 2, I think we're good to go to a part 2 here, dudes. The next thing that we gotta do is build something to hang an external tank from that. We might need to redesign a little bit of the attachment points, or build a spreader or something to get the SRBs to relax a little bit, you know? I don't even know if old KSP versions will work on the computer yard. It looks like 8 p.m. tomorrow for rollout. I did sign up for it with NSF, dude. So, yeah, tomorrow's going to be a fun day. Wow, 95, what a view. CS time? I was going to play Battlefield. I was going to play Battlefield for a couple hours and then head out. L. Battlefield's more fun. PM. Sea Kraken for SLS rollout tomorrow. It should be on the NSF stream with the boys. I told you guys I was going to do more NSF stuff, so here we are. Don't you want to hate yourself? No. I hate myself when we play Counter-Strike. But see, when you play Battlefield, you hate everyone else. Oh, frick that guy. Oh, that guy sucks. Oh, I slept with that guy's mom. You know, like, you know, I'd rather not, you know, I'd rather hate other people than hate myself. Oh my God, sorry, I couldn't keep a straight face with that joke. It's pretty bad. Nah, is that video you're making with NSF ever come out? Nah, we nixed it. That project got nixed. Yeah, sorry about that. Yep. Falcon 9 kept changing not changing too much. They kept launching too much, so we keep having to update the copy, and eventually the video just got super out of date. Don't worry, we'll it was a video about Falcon 9. I don't think you guys knew that, but whatever. Heard you got something waiting for you at the P.O. box. It wasn't you. Oh, no. Dang, I was looking forward to it. I'm sorry, man. That one was a little bit out of my control. Kind of like the ULA pack, but hey, whatever. Make another one. It'll be better. Well, that was fun. That was a fun day of kerbling. That was a really fun day of kerbling. Want to play Battlefield? Let's wind it down with some Battlefield. We didn't get to Winter Car today because I decided on a whim to play KSP. I decided to do the shuttle stuff just because. I think, if anything, tomorrow we'll do... I want to play KSP again. I want to play KSP again tomorrow, guys. Set no expectations for other games right now. I want to see if we can get that shuttle stuff working. Today was a huge milestone achieved. He's just like that guy in My Strange Addiction with the car. 95. Shut up. Shut up. KSP during the day, Winter Car for after hours? Well, we got SLS rollout tomorrow, dude. That's why. There's going to be SLS roll. Right? And what do? Not the exhaust pipe, but there's 5 exhaust pipes on the shuttle. For the 5 engines, 2 ohms, 3 mains. It's just not going to work. It's just not going to work the way you think. Yeah. Dude, I can't believe we got that working. Anyway, I'm going to switch over to some late night Battlefield. We're going to jog the YouTube VOD. I hope you guys enjoyed it. On Twitch, don't go anywhere. We'll be back. And, yeah, we'll play. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. You had a pallet of sweet tools arrive a while ago, and I missed most of the hype. How the tools working for you? Amazing. Yeah, we also got to get a car stream in tomorrow, too. So we can't play for very long. You're in the voice chat. Who freaking cares, Flykin? I'll be in a second. Are you going to be commentating tomorrow mornings at 6:35 a.m. Starlink 1033? Don't count on it, Skull. I did not sign up for that coverage. Are Sawyer and Dan joining you in Battlefield? Sawyer and Max. I think I got a full squad. I got Flykin, RJ, and Weather Guy. I got some viewers with me this time, Sunknor. Anyway, stand by for Lost Signal on YouTube. We'll tool over to Battlefield here for some late night fun. Yeah, I'll be back in a second.